of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, or telephone. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. Excuse me. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. With respect to hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are advised the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right, before we begin, does anyone have any conflicts on the afternoon agenda? No, staff, we're good? All right. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, do we have any minutes to approve, files to close, deferrals? Put it all in one.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. There are no minutes to approve other than ones previously approved this morning. We have no files to close in the afternoon. We do, however, have one deferral at the 2 p.m. time slot. It's item number 9. 118 Three Valleys Drive.
All right. And do we have our applicant available to speak?
This is Marcela Miranda from Dundee Homes, which is the agent for the file on 183 Valles Drive. We are requesting, yet again, we have done this summer. Our client has been very difficult to pinpoint, to sign the affidavits, to give us permission to put the sign, and he wants to come and appear on the presentation, but he has been out of country and out of town, like very spottily. So that's the reason of our 2 referrals so far.
Okay, so who is it that's having trouble?
The owner, he's the one who's going to do the presentation.
Right.
I'm just the agent for all the administrative, the submission and the plans and everything. And he is the one who wants to come and do the presentation of his. It's a very small addition, but nevertheless, he wants to be present, and he hasn't been able to coordinate with the committee of adjustment dates, like the hearings.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Secretary Treasurer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your package, you'll see the deferral request letter. Probably of greater significance is that the sign was not posted on time.
Okay. All right, does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't understand the problem. The owner wants to present his application, and it's been deferred before, and you now want to defer it again. What is the difficulty with the owner showing up at the committee meetings? Because how do we know the next time there won't be a problem again?
Well, he is in Europe right now, so that's the reason is he's not able to appear to do the presentation. I cannot.
We have people in Europe regularly participating in our meetings all the time.
Well, my apologies. I'm just giving you the direction that the owner gave me to defer the application. I don't know if this is, yes, I don't know if this is something that is causing trouble for you. It's just, we just want to be able to present it at a different date.
I think it does pose problem for us. When you go on an agenda, it's advertised, and people who wish to speak to the item take time off work or adjust their schedules to participate and give us their views. And so when it's deferred, and if it's deferred because there's a problem with the application or something needs to be done with that, it's understandable. But people are adjusting their schedules to accommodate your hearing. I'm a little reluctant to continually defer an application. It's wasting people's time.
Mr. Nipfel, we have the deferral request up on the screen.
Yes, I've seen that. I read that in the agenda, yeah.
Mr. Secretary Treasurer, you said something about notice, but I don't see anything in the letter about that.
It's the second line. That's not the letter. Is that the letter?
Is that the letter?
From the package? The one in the package.
There's a lot of letters here.
Yeah, we'll bring it up. Is that the one? Oh.
In this,
Yeah, so, sorry, just to clarify, it is only to allow for the applicant to come back. Sorry, my apologies. It's only to allow for the applicant to come back.
yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. It's just several ones, and they were trying to confirm a date, I believe, but the committee can't confirm what date it will be when it comes back. All right. Let's not belabor this. I think we've heard enough. And does anybody, let's take this into committee. We have nobody else on this item, so we can just take this into committee to make a decision. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd move deferral of the application as requested by the applicant or by the agent to allow the owner to arrange to participate in the hearing. I would at least like to note that I don't believe this should be deferred again. I think this should be it. So that would be, if there can be a condition, my condition would be that this is the final deferral. We can't keep doing this.
And is there a way, staff, that we could ensure that it won't come in September? Because she's asking for October, but
Madam Chair, through you, unfortunately, we can't give a date right now.
No.
Because we don't know the details of when the owner, although I understand, I'm sympathetic to this. I do agree that deferrals can be challenging,
okay.
especially for the neighbors. I don't think we can put an ultimatum saying that this is the last deferral that can be implemented, but I think perhaps you can make that point clear to the applicant that this has been deferred a number of times. And apologies, the first time was for signposting.
Okay.
It's been corrected, and the only reason right now appears that the owner is not present and wishes to be for a hearing. So
Okay.
I don't think it's appropriate to put a time frame because we don't know when it's going to come back, and likely difficult to enforce if you add on this is the last deferral. But perhaps you can emphasize that a number of deferrals is not a good thing, especially a fairness to the neighbors as well.
Yep. I think that's fair to say, particularly if it comes before this panel. This is it. This is it for deferrals, and then we'll leave it up to the agent to work with committee staff to figure out a time.
And to emphasize again, the ultimate decision rests with committee whether to grant a deferral. It is not up to the applicant. They can request it, but it is not automatically
Right.
deemed to be a deferral until the members vote to do so.
Okay, so I think Mr. Nipfel's, did you actually put forward a motion, or you did? Okay. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Mr. Kipu? All in favor of the motion for deferral? That's 3 or 4 in support, and opposed? Mr. Fazeli's opposed. All right, the application's been deferred. And you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I'll work with my committee technician, and I'll make sure this don't happen again. Is the first time that happened to us, and it will be the last. I can assure you that.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, item number 10, 860 Wilson Avenue. This is an application, I think, to convert a retail store into a restaurant and permit a reduction in the required parking spaces. Yes. And on file, the variances required are a reduction in required parking. On file, we have minutes from May 23rd, 2024, previous agenda, survey plans, presentation material, transportation review comments, previous agenda package from May 23rd, 24, 3 letters of objection from 846 and 860 Wilson Avenue. We have our agent.
Good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Vinskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Good afternoon. We don't have anyone registered to speak. Anyone here in the audience? No? And we don't have anyone online. We just have the letters of objection that were sent in. Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Or do you want a presentation? It's a pretty clear-cut application, I would say. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Bukowski, you have 4 parking spaces at the present time, and the
Correct.
question is that doesn't comply if it's a restaurant. Does it comply if it's another commercial use?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it would depend on the use. This is somewhat of a unique property in that this was not brought under the umbrella of 569/2013. This property is still subject to the old North York 7625. So under the 569/2013, this would actually require 0 parking spaces. So it's somewhat in no man's land per se. If we were to open up my supporting material, I did provide kind of a brief overview of the location. Oh, I thought I sent it in color, but okay. So, Mr. Knipple, what you can see here on the left of the screen is the subject property where we see the cross hatch.
Yep.
Those are under 7625. Everything else is under 569/2013. So essentially, 2 plazas over is under 569/2013. It does not require any parking at all if it's a restaurant, commercial, or anything. So in short, to answer your question, it would depend on which commercial use is located at that property. But what I also could say is those 4 spaces are dedicated strictly to this property. They're not shared with anybody else in the complex.
Thanks a lot.
All right, any other questions? No? I think we'll take this into committee then for a
Thank you,
decision.
Madam Chair.
Does anyone have any concerns? This is one of those strip plazas where they have a number of uses.
It's supportable.
You think it's,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead.
I'm willing to make a motion to approve this application. I think it's supportable. It looks like there's about the same parking spots for all the other blocks, and I understand that there's other restaurants in that strip mall block, but it doesn't mean that this person should not have a chance to open their restaurant as well. So I support, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. Let me just see. I don't think there's any other conditions unless somebody can come forward. That's it? Because transportation was neutral on this. And I don't think there's any forestry conditions. So I make a motion to approve this application.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Kubu is going to second that, and all in favor of the application? That is 4 in favor, opposed? Mr. Fazeli? All right, your application's been approved. Item 11, 796 GLENCAIRN Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 4-story apartment with 10 units. The variances are for use as an apartment building, number of stories, number of platforms at or above the 2nd story, soft landscaping strip bordering a residential zone, surface parking space location, a parking space in front yard, number of platforms on front walls, number of platforms at or above the 2nd story on the rear wall, and number of accessible parking spaces, number of visitor spaces. On file, we have a survey, plans from June 5th, a presentation, transportation services report, urban forestry memo, the previous agenda package from May 1st, which included 2 letters of support. We have our applicant in front of us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Name and address, please.
Greg Ewens, agents on this file with Batory Planning and Management, 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345.
All right. I did have a question. I thought there were 2 variants. Do you have any changes to make to the variances today?
No, Madam Chair. I know I have a presentation. I believe it is in color, so maybe the last speaker mentioning theirs was in color
Yeah,
as well.
we apparently have an issue with where the
Okay.
agenda came out. But that's okay. I mean, we can figure it out. Before you start a presentation, do we want a presentation? Committee? Because we don't seem to have anybody here to speak to the application, like resident-wise. But if you wish to do a Reader's Digest version of it, you're welcome.
I've marked off some key slides here in the event that I wasn't making the full presentation. Is
Okay,
that-
that'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the staff would go to slide 5, please. That describes the proposal. This is a 4-story, 10-unit apartment building, just 2 lots over from GLENCAIRN subway station. That's the building right there. 10 apartment units, 6 2-bedroom units, 1 vehicle parking space, 11 bike spaces. There's indoor amenity and storage lockers as well, which is a bit of an anomaly for a building of this size. Next slide, please. This is where the color will actually be a bit of an issue. This is the previous site plan, and if you go to the next site plan, you'll see that some of the changes we made since we had deferred this application in May. The next slide, please. We've increased soft landscape space, and we've added a parking space in the front. That was a request from Transportation Services, and that was the reason for the deferral. We met with transportation staff, showed them these plans, and they were satisfied. Their report suggests as much, and we have conditions to that effect. We also met with a neighbor who came out with questions on May 1st, and they have no further questions. If I can go to slide 13, I just think from a scale perspective, because I know we're requesting a height variance, I think it's minor. This is an area that's undergoing significant change, and there is a 30-story tower approved really across the street, including within the neighborhood designation. And so I think, given that the changing context, this is appropriate, an appropriate scale. We also talked with staff who are working on the growing GLENCAIRN study, which is happening in this area now, and city staff, planning staff don't have any objections to the proposal, and they also know that they don't see any potential for conflict with this application and any future recommendations they make in this major transit station area. And then finally, and I see the slides aren't working, but that's okay. On page 20, I just note the reasons for the deferral, how we went back and had conversations. And we also hosted a community meeting on the 9th of April. We hand-delivered notices to everybody within the radius and beyond. We had 4 people show up at that meeting. It was actually a productive meeting. We had some good conversations. People had questions about construction. In summary, we've met with staff, we've met with our neighbors, we've met with the local councillor. The revised plans address transportation comments, provide a space that, while it's not an accessible space, it's designed to be large enough to accommodate an accessible access, and the access to the ground floor has been designed to be accessible as well, facilitating ground floor units which can be designed to be accessible, and that's the intent. Improved landscaping, and again, it's in an area where the city intends growth. It's 2 doors down from a subway station. I'll leave it there. In my view, the proposal meets the 4 tests. Constitutes good planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could you explain to me where the garbage containers are? Those are the bulk containers, right?
Yes.
And they're outside.
No, there's, if staff could go to the site plan, one thing I actually didn't mention.
I've got the site plan. I guess I'm not reading something correct.
In the rear yard, there's a 1-story accessory structure, and that's a full enclosure for solid waste bins and for the 11 bike parking spaces. So it's a separate, secure enclosure.
Okay.
And that bins would be brought out to the front of the street on collection day, the same for the other properties.
But it's enclosed the rest of the time.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions? No? All right, we'll take it into committee. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Oh, Mr. Kipu?
You can go.
We'll give Mr. Kipu a chance to speak.
Thanks, Mrs. Chair. I think this application at this point has made some needed changes, and it is bringing some needed housing diversity in the area. It is near transit, and the applicant has the agent has just informed us that they provided a revised design that include some setback to reduce perceived height, and they've also discussed with the neighbors and also some stakeholders. And overall, I feel that this application meets the four tests, and I'm willing to make a motion for us to approve the application, subject to any comments from our colleagues.
Yeah, there is a forestry condition number 3.
Yes.
You're willing to accept that?
And transport.
And transportation condition. All right. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Martin? All in favor of the application? That is 4 in favor. And opposed? Mr. Nipfeld is opposed. All right, the application's been approved. You're welcome. All right, item 12. (105) Shepherd Avenue East and 24 and 26 Leona Drive. Oh. Just have to get to my notes. To modify development standards, including height and GFA, to permit an 11-story mixed-use building with 115 residential uses and retail space on the ground floor. The variances are for GFA, number of number of units, height, building setbacks, terrace encroachments, rear yard angular plane encroachment, resident parking spaces, visitor parking spaces, and height of a mechanical penthouse. On file, we have a survey, revised plans dated July 30th, plans from June 25th, cover letter, parking study, arborist report, TTC comments, transportation service report, and a letter of objection from 28 Lyndale Drive. We have our applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Mr. Brownskill, we can't really hear you. Very, very faint.
Can you hear me now, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can hear you clearly now.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before we begin, do we have any, go ahead with your name and address first.
Thank you. Last name's Bronskill, Bronskill, first initial D for David, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, here appearing as agent for the applicant. And Madam Chair, I should note that we are going to delete many of the variances from the public hearing notice after reading the objection and having some discussions internally at the city and then with our client. But I can get to that whenever the panel is ready.
I think we're ready. Let's bring up the public meeting notice and let's go through it one by one, if that's okay.
I can do that, Madam Chair. And so I'm going to give you the bumper sticker, which is we're down to 2 variances.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
And it would include, Madam Chair, a change to the purpose of the application. And I think in identifying that change to the purpose, it will give you a hint as well to the change to the variances. And so it would be to request relief from the provisions of zoning bylaw number 569/2013 as amended by the site-specific bylaw 479/2022. It would then say including height and parking. So we would no longer be seeking a GFA variance.
Okay.
And it would be to facilitate the development of an 8-story mixed-use building with 58 residential units. That is, Madam Chair, for the panel, we are seeking essentially to implement the 8-story approval in the 2022 bylaw and not seek the additional 3 stories, not seek the GFA, and then numerous of the other variances that flow out of that.
So if you're implementing what was already approved, what are we varying other than parking, I understand?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So there would be a height variance, and there would be a variance only for resident parking. So we are not going to seek a variance for visitor parking. And the variance for height is not to the overall height or the number of stories, but it is a 0.6 meter increase that would apply to each of those stories. And that's essentially to deal with some floor to ceiling and construction tolerances that have come out through the site plan approval process. And staff have put that on the screen for you, Madam Chair. So you can see, for example, the 3-story provision in the zoning notice, we were seeking 21.41 meters and 6 stories instead of 3. We're simply going to 11.25 meters for the 3rd story. And then that 0.6 meters then gets reflected into the 4th story, the 5th story, the 6th story, and the 7th story, but not into the overall height. And we are not penetrating into the angular plane.
So you're not really amending stories, you're just amending height in meters, is that right? Or am I still off?
Correct. It's no, you are bang on. No change in stories, no change in stories on the height map. It's that 0.6 meters that gets picked up at the top of the 3rd and then is reflected therefore in each of the additional stories, but not in the overall height.
Okay, interesting. Is there a visual for that, or is there any way to, just for the benefit of the
Yeah.
residents?
We did file something, and I apologize, Madam Chair. It is late because we were making this change. And we did, for example, include both a site plan and a section as part of just a 6-page PDF. And I think staff have it there with my thanks. That first page, that's the rendering, and you'll see that there's 8 stories. And the site plan, which is page 4, you'll again see that there's 8 stories, and it's the same terracing of the building, and the one objection notice had indicated that this was important to them, and so we've maintained that terracing, and you can see each of the stories. And then the page 5, we included an east elevation. Again, it's for 3 reasons, Madam Chair. It shows the 8 stories. It shows then the terracing that was approved in the bylaw and that the resident had indicated was important. And it also shows that notwithstanding this additional 0.6 meters, we are within that angular plane that is drawn from a point 10.5 meters in the air, 7.5 meters from the rear property line. So we thought it important visually to demonstrate that we are meeting that angular plane.
I think that's a good idea. Yep, I can see that. It's very helpful. All right, so yes, let's go back to the public notice and start going
Thank
through
you.
them.
Yes, and I apologize, Madam Chair, that it's simple but complicated because we are striking so much. So variance 1 would be eliminated.
Okay,
Yeah, variance 2 would be eliminated.
okay,
Variance 3 is modified. The variances for number of stories are all eliminated, but the variances for the heights are reduced, and they're down to 0.6 meters, and we did provide the language to staff in an effort to be helpful.
our staff, sorry, just one moment.
Yes.
Staff, are you okay with that language that you've received? Hold on, we're just checking.
Thank you.
This is confusing.
That's it there, yeah.
So those are the correct numbers.
Those are the correct numbers. And you will see in each case that at each story, and again, not the 8th story, but at each story, the permitted height increases by 0.6 of a meter. So 4th story, 13.6 plus 0.6, 14.2. And you just see that through all of them. So it's just that 0.6 meter adjustment to the maximum permitted height that occurs at each story.
Okay, that's good. So
And then it also, and then Madam Chair, that means variance 4 is eliminated.
okay,
Variance 5 is eliminated. And variances 8 and 9 are eliminated.
so 6 and 7 remain?
7 is eliminated, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry, yeah, 6, sorry, Madam Chair. 6 is eliminated.
okay,
7 is the parking and would stay, but it is reduced. So we're actually providing slightly more parking now, 6 resident parking spaces. But because of the decreased, we're no longer seeking the 11 stories, the bylaw would require 43 resident parking spaces for the 58 units based on the unit mix. And we are seeking to provide 6 resident parking spaces, but we are providing, Madam Chair, the required visitor spaces.
Okay.
And as I will speak to in a moment, under the new council bylaw, we would also be providing the 2 accessible spaces that are required under the 2022 parking bylaw. So essentially what we're doing through the parking variance is implementing the new council-wide bylaw when it comes to parking. That is, there are no resident parking spaces that would be required here under that bylaw, but we're going to provide 6. There would be 2 accessible visitor spaces required, which we are providing, and there would be 5.8 spaces rounded up to 6 visitor spaces that we would be providing. So we're making sure that we meet, given my argument to you is that's the bylaw that would now apply if we came forward today. We are making sure that we meet all of the provisions, including the visitor and accessible spaces. That is, if I'm going to rely on that bylaw to you, I'm going to meet the visitor and accessible requirements as well.
Okay, question. Are the accessible spaces on top of the resident or visitor, or are they part of that?
Madam Chair, I'm just seeing if I have a plan that I can quickly.
They're not usually in addition to, but
They are not.
I'm just trying to clarify for everybody.
Yeah, no, it's helpful. Thank you. I believe they are, and just one moment, Madam Chair. I'm just pulling up a different PDF that I have, and I just want to check, Madam Chair, before I answer your question. I believe the 2 accessible are part of the 6 overall visitor, but I'm just going to check the underground level that I have to make sure, Madam Chair, that I'm not misleading you. Yes, they are. They are 2 of the 6.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, just so everybody understands what we're talking about here. All right, and then, so that dealt with 7 and 8, and 9 stays the same, or is that?
9 would be deleted, Madam Chair. The mechanical penthouse will not require a variance.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, are we okay on all the changes? Were you not listening to the whole discussion? Modifications to 7 and 8, 9 is eliminated.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. Modification to 3, which is then variance 1 on the screen there that staff were showing, and a modification to 7, which would be the second variance that staff were then showing on the screen.
7.
3 is the height, 7 is the resident parking on the public hearing notice.
Okay, but 8 was 7, is that eliminated?
It's eliminated.
Oh, okay,
because, because we're down to 58 units.
Right.
That
Okay.
generates the 5.8 rounded up to 6, which we will provide.
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, for the applicant, thanks for explaining to details. However, it would be very helpful if we only focus on what has been changed and indicate only the numbers. Because once we are explaining the changes, then we move away from exactly what has been changed. So if you could just repeat exactly the numbers that I could capture them clearly.
You mean from the
Please
beginning?
no further explanation of why it has been changed. Just the numbers, numeric, visual, that would be helpful.
Okay, why don't I do it in 2 steps? So first, I'm going to indicate the variance is eliminated from the public notice.
Okay.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. Variance 3. So variance 3 is revised so that it is only seeking increased height for stories 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Story 3 would go from 10.65 meters to 11.25. The fourth story would go from 13.6 meters to 14.2. The fifth story would go from 16.85 meters to 17.45 meters. The sixth story would go from 20.1 to 20.7. And the seventh story would go from 23.7 to 24.3. And then variance number 7 is modified. 43 resident parking spaces are required. 6 resident parking spaces are proposed.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin, you have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
So I just need some clarification on
Yes.
variance 3. What is the overall height change from what is listed? Or is it by story? Like, has it gone? It seems to me you've only increased it by 0.6, or is it 0.6 per story, I guess?
Yeah.
No, it's a good question. The 0.6 is really, so it's a 0.6 increase through the building.
So overall, it's just increasing by 0.6, is that right?
That is correct, through you, Madam Chair. With one qualification, I just want to be clear. The maximum permitted height for the 8-story building is 28.5 meters. We are not proposing to increase that. So the 0.6 meters does not apply to the overall height. It's a distribution through the building, with most of it, frankly, through you, Madam Chair, in those first 3 stories to deal with loading, some floor to ceiling, and construction tolerances. But it's not 0.6 meters for each floor. It's a good question, thank you. It's not 0.6 meters for each floor. It's 0.6 meters, but then we have to apply it to each floor, if that makes sense.
Makes sense?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant at this point? Mr. Nipfel?
Were there any, the discussion about accessible parking and visitor parking does that affect any of the variances you're requesting?
No, it doesn't. I would say, through you, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Nipfeld, we might, without the accessible spaces, we might have had one more residence space, just in terms of that P1.
Yeah.
But they have to have, I know I'm getting way too much in the weeds here, they have to have a proximity to the elevators. And the way the architects were able to do that in terms of placing them did cost us one additional residence space, which is why why under this notice we are seeking 6 resident parking spaces when we might have tried for 7. So it did, I guess, tangentially affect that.
Yeah.
Even though no resident parking spaces are required under the 2022 bylaw, the supply is slightly impacted by the 2 accessible spaces.
And one of the letters, or I guess the only letter of objection that I read, the gentleman was, I think, this one, incorrectly indicating that you were changing the form of the building from the one on the left to the one on the right, which is on the screen now. That's not true, is it? You've still got the terraced form that you showed in the perspectives and on the site plan today.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Nipfeld. In defense of that letter, when we were looking at the 11-story design, it would have been a simplified design. And so I understand why that objection letter was concerned about the change in design. We have reverted to the stepped ladder-like form that is shown there, the previous design. So I actually wouldn't say he was incorrect, but we have responded to that concern and sort of other concerns raised through the process, that we are fine with the 8-story building in that previous step design, and we are happy to live with it.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let us, well, I guess we don't have anybody, right? Is anybody here on this item? No. All right. So are we ready to take into committee? Oh, Ms. Martin has another question for you.
So the August 7th transportation report actually relates to the 11-story mixed-use building. Has transportation have they commented on your now reverting back to the previous design? With, you know, you're to provide 43 parking spaces, I believe it was 43, I'm not, and now you're providing 6. Has transportation been able to comment on this?
No, transportation has not. I suspect they would give you a similar memo, and this committee actually has seen a similar memo about parking like this before. The panel may remember that I presented Center Avenue to you, where we sought a parking reduction, and staff said, well, we're not supportive without more proxy studies, et cetera. I would say to you what I said to that panel when they approved that parking variance is, I don't know why North York staff are not applying the new council bylaw as a consideration. They are applying our site-specific bylaw and saying this is the rate and this is the reduction, and we want to have more proxy studies. What I'm saying, and we did submit a transportation impact study that suggested the parking was appropriate, even for the 11th story. For the 8th story, it's obviously much, much better, given that only 43 spaces would be required under the bylaw. But I would say to you, and I would say to transportation staff the same thing. City Council has indicated no resident spaces are required for this site. The province has actually indicated that the city cannot, once the minister approves the delineated boundary for the protected major transit station in this area, that in fact there cannot be a parking minimum for this site. It's just that OPA remains with the minister. So with all due respect to transportation staff, they're actually behind the policy evolution at both the city and provincial level that would say no resident parking spaces should be provided on this site. And we are, through the modifications, actually prepared to provide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Now I think we can take it into committee. All right. Does anyone want to start the conversation? I know it's a bit complicated.
I have a comment for my colleagues.
Yes.
Just that to flip back to the other design, which is more preferable in my opinion, but did this information get out to the public? The revised, you know, which the notice was sent out that referred to the 11-story building. And now they've reverted back. Was there another notice sent out?
No, but
So I'm not understanding.
we only have the one letter.
It seems like a complete about face on the project.
It's sort of a return to what it was.
Right.
What was
but
approved.
If I was a resident, I wouldn't know that.
No, but if you didn't object, then what is the concern if they didn't? We only had the one letter of objection, which referenced the original proposal.
Because it's just not, you know, up-to-date information.
When would the information have been up to date on the information center? Like, we got revised plans, those were uploaded, obviously, to the Application Information Center. Was the list of changes to the variances uploaded as well? Only recently.
Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, only recently were the changes uploaded. They were only provided to us
Okay.
yesterday.
Oh, okay. That is recent. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I think because it's improved the application, I don't have a concern. If they were going from the 8 to the 11 and nobody got notice of it, then maybe that would be more of a concern. But in my opinion, since they went for back to more or less the original approved plan, I don't really see the harm.
So through you, Madam Chair, maybe the applicant can confirm this revision is likely closer to the original
Yes.
than it was actually first sent out with its proposed amendments. Maybe the applicant can, maybe that might help Member
Yeah,
Martin?
we can take it out of committee.
I understand that, but did a package go out originally for the first design?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what would have been advertised, was the 11-story.
No, not the 11-story. Did a package go out to the public for the 8-story?
Well, it was subject to an official plan amendment and rezoning application, I believe. Yes, there's a site-specific bylaw on it that was approved by council or.
No, but
OLT.
a package never, a public notice never went out for the 8-story. Is that what I'm hearing?
For committee? From committee?
Did the applicant send out a public notice for the 8-story at some point?
I'm not following you. They have a site-specific bylaw for the 8-story, so they would have gone through a process for that.
So they didn't
Do you
have
want to
any
take it out of
variances
committee and
to
we'll let the applicant tell you?
So there was no variance to the 8-story originally?
They had a site-specific amendment to get the 8-story, and that's where all those performance standards are established. The height per story, the angular plane, that was all done through a public process.
Okay, you're not quite understanding what I'm saying.
I
but
don't think
that's
I am
okay.
either.
No.
Do you want to go out of committee and we can ask Mr. Bronskill if he can clarify?
Sure. I just want to know if they went through a public process
Yeah.
for any variances to the 8-story, or did it not have any variances? Maybe it didn't. Because now they've eliminated 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. They only have left 3, 7, 3, and 7, I guess it is.
Let's go out of committee. We'll get Mr. Bronskill back on the line, and perhaps, Mr. Bronskill, you can just clarify the original process for the 8-story building for Ms. Martin's benefit.
Yes, there is an original process that permitted 8 stories on the site through an application process at the City of Toronto that would have included both an official plan amendment application and a rezoning application. And I'm sorry, I misled you there. It was just a rezoning application, and there was a site plan application at the same time. That went through and was approved in 2022. That zoning bylaw, which is the bylaw you see referenced in the purpose of the application, 479-2022, that permits an 8-story building with a maximum height of 28.5 meters. So that went through a public process and was approved in 2022. The original variance application was to increase the overall height to 11 stories. In response to concerns as well as the objection letter, we've gone back to the 2022 approval at 8 stories and 28.5 meters and eliminated any variances associated with the 11-story, meaning we're only left with the 0.6 meter height adjustment and the improved parking ratio before you. The public would not have received what I sent into the committee, but I also don't think that further notice is required because we are returning to the 2022 approval, as Mr. Nipfelt noted, in terms of even the design that went through a very rigorous public process. And if anyone was going to object to a 0.6 meter height increase through stories 3 and 7, I would have thought they would object to an 11-story proposal the way you did get that one letter. So I don't think a deferral or additional notice are required because we are coming basically as back to as close to that 2022 approval as we can. And really the difference is 0.6 of a meter in terms of built form, and then the parking reduction.
Thank you. Are we okay now? Do we understand?
We're okay, but it all came in yesterday, the
Yes.
information. So I understand where they're coming from. It's just very tight timelines, you know, and yeah. And really, the public should have been advised of even the other changes, really. But, okay.
I understand what you're saying, but I would agree with the applicant that I don't think additional notice is required because it is going back to what was originally approved through a public process in front of council. So I don't think, I mean, the variances that are left now are quite minor. The parking is a bit more. They're different to the original variance application.
I apologize for interrupting, Madam Chair, but I can't hear Member Martin.
Oh, okay. He can't hear you. Do you have your?
Anyway, if you want to go ahead and vote, go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
maybe I can add. This likely isn't much different than some of the applications we hear where the agent on the floor makes changes to an application.
Yeah.
As long as the variances are not worse, panels have gone forward to adjudicate it, and a new public notice has not been sent out to reflect the changes.
All right, Mr. Nipfel.
I have one reservation that I'd like the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to clarify. All that being said, the fact that the heights, which are the remaining piece of the variances that remain, they're all going up. The heights are being increased. Does that create a problem?
So I'll let the applicant confirm that overall, they're less than what went out in the public notice.
And through you, Madam Chair, I can confirm that. So through you, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Nipfeld, if I take the third story as an example,
Yeah.
in that instance, they were actually bumping up the height there for that third story just through the design. It showed a 6-story and 21.41 meters as the variance for that provision. And what we are doing is modifying that requested variance the same way we might reduce, honestly, the height of a dwelling. We are changing that and deleting it we're deleting the reference to 6 stories, and instead of the proposed height is 21.41, it's saying the proposed height is 11.25. So we've reduced it by 10.16 meters.
Okay, thanks very much. That's good.
Sorry, in fairness to Mr. Neffel, I had the same concern too as well
Yeah.
when the applicant first initially started by saying we're increasing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make
Yes.
sure it doesn't come back because.
Correct, yeah, so I think the agent, Mr. Bronsko, has clarified
Yeah,
that
yes.
even though the language is increasing it, it is actually lower than what went out in the public
Yeah.
notice. So the variance did not get
Yeah,
worse.
you're right, he has.
Well, that was
Thank you.
my whole comment, was that he said he was increasing it by 0.6 of a meter, which is making it worse, but you're saying that's not the case.
It's 0.6 from what is permitted, so what Mr. Bronsko has clarified is actually lower. If you look at the third story as example, it's not 21.41 anymore. It's 10.65 plus 0.6.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to clarify just what was said for the record so that as the applicant, I'm saying it.
Go ahead.
There is a height increase being sought as a variance to what's in the bylaw, but that variance is now significantly less than the height increase sought in the public hearing notice. So a member of the public would have seen, for example, the 7th story being 11 stories and 37.81 meters. That 7th story is now 7 stories and 24.3 meters. Or in fact, 13.51 meters less than what was in the public notice.
Thank you. I think so.
I apologize for any confusion as well.
That's okay. It's a confusing situation. Obviously, the site-specific bylaw was very prescriptive.
Yes.
Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Let's take it back into committee. Would someone like to propose a motion? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll give it a shot. First of all, I'd like to commend the applicant for the changes. These are remarkable reductions, and I think that the proposal that's before us today is going to fit much better into the community and is much more in keeping with policies of the city. So I'd like to move approval of the application with the purpose altered, as Mr. Bronskill indicated. I hope we don't have to go through.
No, I think staff have
And
that.
with variances 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9 eliminated. Variance 3 is modified so that it only refers to or only requests a proposed height, and it's a 0.6 meter over the bylaw allowable height. And with variance number 7 modified to 6 proposed resident parking spaces. There's also a TDC condition which I think we need to apply. I would also like to, in some way, tie the approval, and it sort of responds a little bit to my colleague's concern about the public, to drawings. So I think that I'd like the condition to say that the massing of the building is to be substantially in accordance with the, and I would say the site plan, it sounds funny, it's massing in accordance with the site plan, but the site plan refers to terracing and so forth, and the section drawing that Mr. Bronskill brought today. I think that they both illustrate what the current thinking is with regard to the massing of the building, and so I'd like to attach those as conditions.
Staff, do we have do you know what he's referring to?
I just want to clarify, because in our package, we have a set that's dated, received July 30th in your agenda
We
package.
brought new ones in, and I don't know if they've changed slightly, but the section drawing that we have and the site plan drawing that we have would be fine, but I don't know if they've slightly changed, so I would prefer to go with the ones that Mr. Bronskill introduced today. I assumed we had them.
So we have those. I just want to confirm. We have those, but I think we should reference them properly. If there's a date stamp.
Okay. Excuse me.
Is there a date stamp?
Sorry? 13th. So before you, that's the date stamp, so it's today's date.
Okay.
So you want, so just to clarify, from this package, what plans would you like to be substantially?
The site plan and the section. That one, yes. And yes, and then there's a sectional drawing that Mr. Bronskill introduced in his presentation. It's one more, yeah, maybe. No, it's not there.
We had it
Well,
up.
there it is.
There it is.
That one. Yeah, that one, yeah. It's not a section, it's an elevation drawing, so it's east elevation. If we could put them in, sure, because there's so much confusion. I think if you just refer to the drawings, it makes life a little easier.
Sorry. It will be the package we received today, August 13th, the site plan, and all the external elevations.
That would be great.
Right, and we'll couch it as substantially.
Substantially,
Yes,
because there may be
substantially in
slight changes, and
accordance.
they're involved in
Okay.
site plan approval right now anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure, okay.
Thank you, that's clear.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli seconds it. All in favor? That is 3 in favor. And opposed? We have 2 opposed. Yes, Mr. Kipu and Ms. Martin, sorry, are opposed. Normally I say that. I apologize. All right, the application's been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And let's take a 5-minute break. All right, we are back, and we are on item 1385 Latimer Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-storied semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition. We have a variance for floor space index. I believe that's the only variance. On file, we have a survey, plans, a cover letter, presentation material, and a Metrolinx memo. Do we have our applicant?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814 Hollington Crescent, Mississauga.
Thank you very much. Does anyone, I take it you're not making any changes to the application?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we need a presentation on this one. Anyone? All right. And we don't have anybody here to speak about it. So does anyone have any questions for the applicant? I don't think, yeah, we don't need a presentation. All right, I think we'll take it into committee.
All right, through you, Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right,
Are there any
Mr.
comments?
Fazeli, go ahead.
All right, I'll forward a motion. I think the application is supportable and satisfy the four tests. For that reason, I'll forward a motion to approve this application. I do not see any conditions. Metrolink says advisory comments.
Yes.
So, yes, I
All
don't
right.
put any conditions.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Kibu? Seconds. All right, all in favor? That's unanimous. The application's been approved. Item 14, 5 Tally Lane. This is to construct a new detached dwelling with a rear deck. Oh, sorry. One moment. Okay. So the variance we have is for area of a deck or platform. On file, we have a previous decision from January 23rd, 2025, a survey and plans. We have our applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Merhan Haydari, 1090 Darmiz Road, Unit 506.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone want a presentation on this? No? Okay. I don't think we need a presentation.
Okay, thank you.
We will just take this into committee. This looks like this variance got left off the list from January 23rd, possibly, and now they're catching up. It's not covered, I don't think. All their variances, but they must have missed this one. All right, or they changed it. Okay, does anyone have any comments, or would someone like to? Yes.
Do you want the applicant to explain why there's one variance?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Do I want him to?
It might be helpful.
Okay. All right. Mr. Haydari, can you just explain why there's only the one variance?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. So yes, this is variance that missing by the zoning examiner. Actually, I requested this variance at the time of the zoning examination. So the zoning examiner was different than what we have right now.
Okay.
And she believed that we don't need these variances. So the committee of adjustment approved with the condition of the site plan is approved already, and the site plan that we have right now is actually the same as before. So we are not changing anything. It's just a missing variance by previous zoning examiner.
Okay, as I suspected. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Back into committee. Would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Fazeli?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I think it's clear what we're dealing with, and I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application. I do not see any conditions, no.
No, okay. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel, thank you. All in favor? That is unanimous. Your application's been approved.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, 46 Sherwood Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-story house by adding a third story and a new covered front porch. The variances are for front porch encroachment into front and east side yards, canopy encroachment beyond porch, canopy encroachment into the east and west side yards, and floor space index. On file, we have a previous decision from August 2018, survey, plans, supporting material, tree photos, tree site plan, and a letter of objection from 48 Sherwood Avenue. Do we have our applicant?
Yes, good afternoon. Sarah Barkley from Rubinoff Design Group, East St. Clair
Welcome.
Avenue West.
Thank you. And before we begin, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No changes.
All right, thank you. We do have a neighbor here, possibly. One moment, not yet. Just making note that we do have someone here. So if you could please give us a brief presentation on the application.
Yes, absolutely. So this property came to committee in 2018. This was with a different agent and a different homeowner. And it was approved with an addition that was a fairly modern three-story home. The property has since exchanged hands to a new owner, and we have revised the design to meet their style and their needs. So the 2018 decision was included for you, and it does have an FSI approval of 0.647. We are asking for a 0.65 FSI. It's a very minor difference, and it's simply because we redesigned the massing of the roof and the way that the third floor loft works, so the number is very slightly different. The other four variances that we are asking for are related to the new front porch that we are proposing. The existing home has a fairly small porch, and we're looking to rebuild it across the full width of the house with a new flat roof canopy. The canopy is also extending to the west to partially cover the existing driveway. That's creating a little covered area over the walkway to the side door, as well as the area where they store their garbage bins. So due to the unusually large setback of the neighbor to the east at 48 Sherwood, it creates a bit of an artificial encroachment because the required front yard setback is actually quite deep into the lot. It's 2.4 meters beyond the front wall of the existing home. So the porch that we are proposing is less than 2.5 meters out from the existing front wall, but it's just creating this artificial encroachment into the required setback. So I did actually include in there a streetscape, like an aerial view that's showing the staggered nature of the homes on the street. If city staff could perhaps put that up, it might help illustrate that the encroachment of the porch is not really creating any kind of negative impact on the streetscape due to the irregularity of the street itself. We did actually reach out to planning as well, and we did answer some of their questions, but they didn't have any concerns about the application. So I think I'll leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Staff, could we get that aerial photo up? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a little bit tougher to see without the colors on it, but there's a dashed line going across the homes, which is where our house is set in that box there. And you can see that the house to the right is actually set back very far behind everybody else, which is creating the average setback between the homes is now set quite far back. But you'll see that the homes are actually set forward, including an apartment building just 5 doors down that's actually very close to the front property line.
But that aerial photo is showing the existing house on the subject property, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then how far forward is this porch going to be from that setback?
So the porch is 2.3 meters in front of the existing home.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your side yard setbacks, are they in compliance with the bylaw?
Yes, they are.
So 0.52 is the bylaw required, the bylaw provision next to number 48?
The bylaw allows us to build a rear addition in line with the existing home. So the existing home is actually closer. We are stepping back slightly from the side yard setback.
Have you had conversations with the neighbor next door who's raised a concern with maintenance of the properties because of the narrowness of that space?
Yes, the homeowners did have a meeting with the neighbors. I do understand that is a concern. Again, it's not a variance. We did increase the setback from the previous proposal that went before committee. I will also note that the basement is unexcavated for the addition, so we've been mindful of the impacts of the excavation and the foundations.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant before we move on? No? All right, let's hear from our resident. Welcome.
Is it on?
If the light's on, it's on.
Okay, my name is Bern Schneider. I'm here with my wife, Egla. We live at 48 Sherwood, which is next door to 46 Sherwood. Our house is over 100 years old. It's one of the older homes in the area. It requires a lot of maintenance, and it is special in the sense that we have a very unique property. Now, the variance that I'm referring to, because I don't have much else to go with, is the one with regard to the space, the space where it's actually built. In other words, they're exceeding the amount of space that is allowed when you expand the house on the property. And that is a concern to us because it takes away from other space that we need in order to maintain and repair our house. Because our old house, which is over 100 years old, the property line is essentially the side of the house. I have no side lot variance. I mean, I have no space there. The proposed building done by the neighbor allows 0.51 meters separation between our two homes. That's 20 inches. 20 inches is there for me to have to maintain a very old home that has a lot of things to repair and maintain. For example, we have 5 windows on that side of the house. We have siding that needs to be replaced over a period of time. We have an eaves trough. We have fascia. All of these things need to be maintained, and we have been. For example, I've replaced already a few of the windows on the west side of the house where the neighbor is. When the speaker previously said, we have had no contact with the architect or the builder. The first time we found out about this construction is when we received the letter from your group informing us that this was being built. We did talk to our neighbors and told them of our concern. They said they would set us in contact with the architect, this has not happened. We have not heard anything from them. We are concerned because the 20 inches that we have to work with, we have gone to contractors because we know that we now need to redo the siding, redo windows, or whatever it is before whatever is built up. Because whatever is being built, 20 inches, which is about the width of my shoulders, is all that we have for 28 feet, walls going up on both sides, and I have to maintain 5 windows, I've got to maintain siding, everything there. So we're trying to get all that done in as quick a time as we have. So I've had contractors come in, trying to find out what you can work with. They are saying that the 0.5 meters, or 20 inches, is not enough to really do work that is safe for the property or safe for the workers. For example, one of the comments that comes from them is, well, to do this type of work, they have to hire skinny guys. Because it's just 20 inches doesn't give you much work when you've got 25 feet high walls on each side. This is really a concern to us. We've had one contractor come in and said he will not put up the siding on our building until the neighbor demolishes and removes the sunroom that they have at the back of their house because it's too close to our property. In other words, it's less than 20 inches away from our property. All of these things make me concerned that I need to have space in order to maintain that house for another 100 years or more. What they're building next door, I agree, I'm all for it. I just need a minimum amount of space between the buildings. Okay, over the last several weeks, I've got a couple of contractors who I can trust and work with, and they say, I need 0.7 meters. That's what they can work with. That is 27.5 inches versus the 20 inches that the plans here have. I'm happy with 27.5 inches. I'm happy with the contractors who can do the work and maintain the things. And I would like it very much if the committee would be supportive of getting that 27 inches between our buildings. I understand that the neighbor wants to have more room, fine. They can move it back more rather than moving it sideways against our home because it needs maintenance. What can I say? Anyway, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the resident? No? All right, thank you. You can sit down. We only have the one speaker, so we'll go back to the applicant for a response.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. I do apologize. I know that the neighbors did speak with our clients and I did pass on my contact information if they had more questions. So it's unfortunate that we did not have more conversation regarding this issue. But at the end of the day, I think the thing here is that this is not a variance that we are seeking at committee. The previous application was approved at a 0.39 meter side yard setback. Even if I were to make some kind of a concession, there's nothing for me to change in regards to the variances. this is something that perhaps the owners could have more conversation around how to do the repairs, or perhaps working with them during the construction in doing any kind of replacement work at the same time that the addition goes up. I know there's currently a sunroom that is existing there that's probably taking up about half of the where the addition is going. So, you know, this has already been how the site has been existing for many years. So I'm not sure I have much else to say on that point, other than really the variances that we are requesting today are related to the front porch that we are proposing.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? I actually thought of a question for the resident. If you don't mind coming back for a minute, just a follow-up question. The variances before us are mainly for the front porch and a canopy on that front porch and encroachment into the side yard, which I believe doesn't conflict with your house. Do you have any concerns with those variances?
I do, but not to the extent that on the other variants between the houses where I have to maintain. In other words, I've got bushes, I've got trees, I can deal with that. It's the other one. And I do, if I may just take a moment, a request to do a building back in 2018, if you have my submission, it was already agreed by the previous owners to give more side yard setback. And then they decided not to build, and it was gone. But in going through the committee, the architect asked me not to comment because it would only delay things, and so I did not. And therefore, it went through as if we had already agreed upon a very small side yard setback. That's all I wanted to say.
Because there is no variance today for that side
I know,
yard.
I know.
Okay.
But it does affect the, what I did put it in was for the amount of building space that they've taken up with floor space, and therefore, over the limit there has taken away, or they've taken away some of my space on the side, that's why.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks for coming back. Anyone have any questions? No, for anyone? We'll take it into committee. Someone like to comment?
I have a comment here. If the side yard setback is supposed to be 0.9 meters, is that, and it's on the east side, and they're asking for a variance of 0.32 at the porch area, wouldn't that run up the side for an addition? I mean, the building is where it is, but I'm curious as to why that setback has not, it does not apply to the new addition.
Was it the variance that got them that? Yeah. They have
Why that?
0.65, the previous variance.
It
for the
says the
building.
required side yard setback, which is 0.9 meters. Not variance 1.
Yeah, I'm going back to 2018. But that was just for a deck. Do we need the applicant back?
Maybe get the applicant
Clarify.
back because I don't, I mean, it might be, you know, as of right for the house because it's there. The other comment I want to make is unfortunately, the gentleman's 100-year-old house on the property line, he'd actually be, he'd have to, not trespass, but go on the other, regardless, you'd have to go on the other side of the neighbor's property in order to do any work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah, but.
Let's get the applicant back. Sorry, we'll go out of committee for a minute.
0.9
And
setback.
if you could just clarify, Ms. Barclay, the setback.
Yes, absolutely. So the bylaw states that you are allowed to build a rear addition in line with the existing home. So anything built behind the existing home can be in line with that existing side yard setback. Any kind of deck projection would have to comply.
Okay.
And anything built in front, so that porch projection would have to comply. So we are building the porch in line with the existing house, which is why it is a variance in the front, but not a variance in the rear.
Okay. Does that explain?
Well, yeah, it explains it, but
Okay.
it's a tough one.
Thank you very much. Let's take it back into committee. The only variance that somewhat ties, and I doubt it would have much of an impact, is the floor space index, 0.65 versus 0.6. But that building setback is as of right. And that is not what's before us today. As unfortunate as it is. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Did planning comment on this at all? No.
They did not, so they don't have a concern.
I don't know. Through you, Madam Chair. I understand the concerns of the neighbor for the setback, the sideline setback, but I mean, this is something that we have to look what's before us. And I totally understand, as my colleague mentioned, for any work that they have to do, they have to arrange something with the neighbor together. So as much as I understand that part, looking at the application, I think it presents what I can say supportable. I'm okay to make a motion if there are any comments. Otherwise, I'll go ahead. Yes, so I like to forward a motion for approval of the application. I do not see any condition. I think it's satisfied the test. And this is my motion.
Can I make a comment? I should hope that the applicant will try to work with the homeowner at 48.
348?
46. To try to be a good neighbor and increase the distance between. But I don't know if we can make a comment like that or not.
Madam Chair, we're in the middle of a motion.
Yeah. Do you want to, I don't know if Ms. Martin was suggesting that we make a condition on the motion. I wasn't sure. I think we can just maybe make that comment to the applicant separately. But we do have a motion in front of us, and we need a seconder. Mr. Kibu will second that motion. All those in favor? That's 3 in favor. Opposed? Mr. Nipfeld and Ms. Martin. The application has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Item 16, 48 Moore Park Avenue. This is an application to construct a new detached garage with an integral, a new detached dwelling with an integral garage. My apologies. And I'm having trouble seeing my screen. The variances are for front exterior main wall height, rear exterior main wall height, side exterior main wall height, number of stories, building length, front yard setback, lot coverage, and architectural feature encroachment into the front yard. On file, we have a survey, site plan, plans, cover letter, arborist report, tree protection plan, site photos, supporting material, community planning report, and urban forestry. We have our applicant with us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Binskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, do you have any changes to make to the application?
I do not, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And you're aware of the comments from community planning?
I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, we don't have any residents, I don't believe, on this item. All right. Does anyone want a presentation? Does anyone have questions for the applicant? They're not making any changes. I will ask you for your comments on the community planning report.
Absolutely. So I guess, Madam Chair, what I'll do, I did prepare a presentation to deal with it all. I can pare it down to just deal with the coverage and the main wall height,
Please.
if you like, Madam Chair,
That'd
under
be
your
great.
direction. Okay, so if we go to, well, Madam Chair, I am going to still address some of the others because the coverage is related to a couple of small things that deal with. So, okay, perfect. If we can bring this up, and I'm not sure, Madam Chair, why anything I've submitted today isn't coming in color. But nonetheless, if we zoom in here, this should be in color to convey a couple of things because it is color on my screen. Okay, if we could just zoom in on the front. So the coverage request is caused by a couple of things. Mainly, if we zoom in, where I say proposed front main wall of the dwelling setback of 7.46 meters, there's no change to that. What's happened is there's an architectural feature that is also a variance. If we could just zoom in on that, there it is, perfect. If we could zoom in on the left yellow pieces. Yeah, so we could just zoom in there.
Oh.
Absolutely perfect. So to the left of the box I have at the front wall, it says a feature. There's an architectural feature that wraps around the building there. That portion there has been taken into the overall coverage that is being proposed. I'm not quite in agreement with it with the examiner. Nonetheless, that architectural feature was put into the coverage. Frankly, I'm a little surprised by the comment from planning regarding coverage because in our conversations, I believe me and Wilshire didn't have an issue with it. Nonetheless, it did come out as a comment. What I would say, this is an extremely deep lot at 41.61 meters or 136 feet. The rear yard setback is 17.86 meters. Now, when we take that into account, if we could go to the next page, when we look at the length proposed for the dwelling, that's perfect. The variance before you of 17.73 meters is only for a middle portion, kind of a breakfast nook. It does go 2 stories, however, but the rest of the building, if we see to the east is 15.63 and to the west is 16.38. We have no side yard setback request, and the front yard setback request is for a portion of the front main wall. That portion of the front main wall is essentially where the existing house sits if we went back up to the previous. So to tie that into the coverage variance, in essence, the coverage variance is not really caused by an increase in a building length, except for that middle portion. But we also can see from the previous screen that the proposed length is 15.63 and 16.38 meters with no side yard setback requests. So in essence, the driving force behind the coverage really part of it is from that architectural feature at the side, which is essentially, I believe, what planning is objecting to. Again, no other built form variances leading to coverage, as the majority of the building is below 17 meters, and frankly, well below 17 meters on the east side. As it deals with the proposed side main wall, which I think is the main point of contention with planning, if we could go down into some pictures, I completely agree with the statement from the planning department. Just keep going until we see my pictures. I completely agree with the planning department's. If we could just zoom out, it will take a little bit to zoom out because things were done on different size pages. I completely agree with the planning department statement that says the intent of regulating the main walls is to help maintain a level of height, massing, and eaves alignment that is consistent with the physical character of the neighborhood. On this stretch of Moore, on the north and the south side, we have a high-rise building adjacent to Yonge Street. We have a proposed mid-rise building, one building in on Moore Street. What we see here are new buildings, new dwellings that essentially mimic the 2 stories above the garage that we are proposing that are sitting next to the existing dwellings today. So again, it's very hard to make a statement like it's the intent is to regulate the main wall heights, it's to maintain a level of height, massing, and eaves alignment that is consistent with the physical character. This stretch of Moore has not seen a lot of development. A lot of the dwellings are bungalows or sort of 1.5 story, as we see here right on the right side of the screen. You cannot maintain that height and massing. It would simply mean you would have a 1.5 story house. Development is starting to occur along Moore. You have another application later on today. Again, there's higher densities. So in terms of how it would fit within the neighborhood, the evolution of design and the evolution of architecture is really what is being proposed before you today. And no, the 2 adjacent dwellings are a bungalow and a 1.5 story dwelling. But again, we can see from every one of the photos I've included, this exists in the neighborhood today, where new dwellings are located next to bungalows or 1.5 story dwellings. I would also note we don't have a request for an overall height variance. This is essentially from the streetscape, a true flat roof house that is being proposed before you today. Again, Madam Chair, I think that covers the coverage and the main wall heights. We did do a graphic also, just kind of depicting how that massing would look from the side. Whereas if we go back up, I believe one more up, maybe. Yes, there it is. If we could zoom in there. There is a little bit of a grade change from the front to the rear. So the actual massing of that rear changes as we get into the rear yard. But again, this essentially will address the street as a true flat roof house with a small pitch that's recessed from those front main walls. And I'm happy to answer any. I did also, Madam Chair, do some research on similar approvals in the neighborhood for flat roof for main wall heights that have been approved kind of within the geographic neighborhood as defined by the official plan. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, Madam Chair.
What are the floor heights of the, I guess it's the 2nd and 3rd floor?
Yes, if you bring them up, they are.
And the basement,
if we
for
go
that
to the
matter.
section, if we zoom in on the section,
Yep.
we could see exactly. If we zoom in a little bit, the 2nd floor is 9 foot, and the 1st floor has varying floor heights just because of where it sits relative to the property. It's a 10-foot clear, 10'6" at the rear, and 12'9" at the front. But that 12'9" at the front isn't a real clear head heights because that's just at the entrance before we continue up the steps even further. So again, in terms of the 2nd floor, it's not egregious at clear 9 foot. And the 1st floor, again, in my opinion, isn't egregious at 10'6" clear at the rear.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Bokosi, it would have been helpful to have floor plans, particularly when you've got such a change in elevation at the front of the building. It'd be interesting to know what happens when you go through the front door, so that not providing with a floor plan, I think, is hurting your case here. Because the concern I have, if you can leave that on the screen, notwithstanding everything that you have said, and there are other integral garage homes and so forth on the street, this particular approach to massing has done everything it can to make the building look bigger, including the architectural feature. It's almost like you're celebrating the fact that the front door should be really high. And the concern I have is it divorces this building in large place from the street. If you look at this particular drawing in particular, the site plan shows that where that figure is, that there's 2 steps down and you're at the garage, at the driveway, but in fact, 2 steps isn't going to take you down. So I'm interested to know the difference between the driveway and the pedestrian entrance adjacent to the driveway. Is it in fact just 2 steps, or is there a bigger drop? And if so, how is it being taken up? And at this point, I agree with the planning department's concern. I would only add that I think variance number 8 should be added to the list of ones that aren't approved, because that architectural feature is not doing anything to incorporate this building into the community.
Through you, Madam Chair, a couple of things, Mr. Kniffel. In terms of the architectural feature, the architectural feature itself is just at that front portion, which carries a band up. In terms of the steps itself, we are 1.2 meters from grade, so it is zoning bylaw compliant. There is a grade change from the east to the west. That's why this figure here is a little misleading in how it looks. But again, we are zoning bylaw compliant with the pedestrian entrance and the platform being at 1.2 meters above the established grade. There's just a change in the grade itself, Mr. Kniffel. That's why it looks a little misleading on the screen here. From the east portion to the west portion, which gives us that established grade.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? Sorry? Yep, 1 second, Mr. Fazeli's got a question. He's just composing his thoughts.
Through you, Manager, thank you. I'm looking at the numbers and the examples that you have provided for within the neighborhood, and it seems that they do not look like that they are within the same block, except like Moore Park, which is 111 Moore Park Avenue. That's the closest one to the subject property. So when we get to this comparison within the application, we have to look within the immediate and broader neighborhood, right? And that's very important. So what would you like to add when you are making this comparison, considering what I have just shared?
Oh, through you, Madam Chair, absolutely, Mr. Fazeli. There's two parts to that. In terms of what's on the screen, these are only the decisions that are available. And remember, main wall height is a fairly recent addition into the zoning bylaw. This didn't come in the original 569/2013. This is now a newer addition as the way it's worded now. So although this gives us a snapshot of what's been approved within both the immediate and the broader context, it really doesn't give us a full picture. What gives us a full picture is looking at the pictures that I've submitted. Now, I can tell you from what the pictures I've submitted you, that is on the subject block to the south of the property that faces it, which would be defined as the immediate context of the official plan, as well as the north block. Now, the northern side of Moore Park extends further than the southern side, whereas I can't remember the street that dead end tees into it. So the northern portion would be, again, that immediate context would stretch further than the southern part. But all of the pictures that I presented are of that immediate context. So in terms of the OP and that guidance, I am within the realm of that. What I would say with how it fits, again, within the neighborhood, this again is a neighborhood of predominant bungalows, 1 and 1.5 stories. I can't sit here and tell you it's not. But what I can tell you is in terms of how it would fit with the newer builds that are there, I believe it would. Again, the eastern part has a less of a wall height that would be visible, again, because of the grade change than the west side. I would also say that neither adjacent neighbors have objected or submitted anything. again, for what that's worth, the reflection of maybe it not being an impact to them. I hope that answered your question, Mr. Fazeli.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, let's take it into committee. Does somebody want to start the conversation or make a motion?
Could I just make a comment?
Yes, you
Madam
may.
Chairman, I agree with the concerns of the planning department, excuse me, and as I indicated to the applicant, I think that the variances that they've suggested we refuse. I think we should add number 8 as well, which is this architectural feature. I'm very concerned with this building. Everything about the elevation makes it look like a big, bold, high building. It doesn't look like the surroundings. I don't believe it's compatible with the immediate neighborhood. And on that basis, I'm unable to support it. I think it's the wrong building for this location.
I'd go so far as to say it's the wrong building for any location. But I think I have a concern with the wall heights. I think that is my biggest concern. I don't have a problem with the coverage. I understand zoning interpreting the architectural feature, which I would agree with you, Mr. Neufeld, just accentuates the height of the building, as do the window placements. And not to get into the architecture, but it just looks massive to me. And I think the difference in the wall heights of 1.4 meters, I think, is the difference between what's permitted and what is being proposed. I just think it's excessive. And I don't think that the internal heights are not excessive. So I'm not sure why it has to be that high. So my concern are the heights of the walls. The other ones I don't have an issue with, but I'll leave it at that. Anyone else? Or perhaps Mr. Neufeld would like to make a motion.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move that, suggested is by the planning department, that variances 1, 2, 3, 7, and I'm adding variance 8, be refused. That forestry number 2 condition be added. And the rear deck is really big and really high, and I'd like to see screening on both ends of the rear deck, 1.5 meters high above the height of the deck floor.
All right, with privacy screens? Yes, I believe he said that. Oh, he didn't? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Privacy screening
Yeah,
is what
yes,
you're
sorry.
looking for. 1.5 meter height. And sorry, you did add the forestry condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli seconds it. All those in favor of the motion? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? Me. All right, that application's been approved, or refused, I'm sorry. Approved, sorry,
With revisions.
with revisions. Sorry, it's getting punchy. Okay, are we clear? So that concludes the 2 o'clock agenda. We're about to start the 4 o'clock agenda. Do we need a quick break? 5-minute break before we start the 4 o'clock agenda. Thank you. Oh.
Excuse me, can you tell me, I had Google Maps on this before. I had Google Maps on. Is it behind there?
Right
No, I don't think you have any Google Map open.
Oh, because it was there when I was reviewing the agenda. I was going through all of them, and I had, yeah, okay, can I get it on the page so I can refer to it? Like, what I had before was, sorry, I'm not doing this correctly. What I was doing before was, and I had to check that right away and I couldn't do it. I had a Google Map thing here that allowed me to go right to, can I don't know where it went. That's it there. It was there. Okay. Super. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, okay, so you didn't register, right? Because it doesn't have your release, so let me, no worries. It's the second line. Yeah, so my laptop, yes, it's the next line. Because the first line is done with virtual, yes, understood. But I need your name and your address, please. So you won't be able to speak. Oh, Rick. Don't worry about it. Just put your address and your name. The address is the address you can speak about it. 58. I want you to put your address, your name, your name and your address. Yeah, that's most important. The other one, we can if we receive the decision, since you don't register. Because it has. The very last year, yeah. So my argument was, I wanted to get this license. So this is your address? Obviously. This is the address. Yeah, but the thing is, like, this is the street, so but this is my street. So you didn't send them email to material, right? Unfortunately, I don't know if they will accept it because usually that works. You have to submit the material before you speak at an open, like so through an email. And you can speak and clarify your concerns. You won't be able to present there. That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing. Okay?
So this is the marathon now, right? We've got two deferrals, right? No, now. Isn't there one on?
All right, we are
17
back and starting the 4 PM agenda. One moment. Do we all have our videos on, Mr. Fazeli? Thank you. All right, so
Madam Chair, before you start on the first item, we just happen to have two call-ins that we don't recognize. If you wouldn't mind, can we just unmute the two callers just to see what item they wish to speak?
Sure.
to?
Hello?
Can you please clarify which item you want to speak to?
Sure. I'm actually just listening in. It's regarding 58 Saguenay. I won't be speaking.
Okay.
Number 18.
And then we have Greg Williams.
All right, thank you.
There's one more person, Greg Williams. You are unmuted. Greg Williams, can you hear us?
Maybe he's just listening as well.
Hello?
Yes, which item you want to speak for?
Oh, actually, no, I'm just listening in out of interest.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. No problem. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, can we start with deferrals? I believe there are two.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, which item you want to speak for?
Yeah, I'm regarding 29 KAPPELE.
29 KAPPELE. Okay. Okay.
oh. 25.
25.
1 minute. Okay, 25. And, sorry, your name? Do we have the name of that person?
Yes. Only the person.
So they're not on the list? They are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we can go back to deferrals, please.
Madam Chair, for the 2 PM, we actually have two deferrals. We'll start 4 PM, sorry. 4 PM, we have two deferrals. Number 17 and number 19. Why don't we start with number 17 first? It's 289
please.
Betty Ann.
17. Okay. Do we have the applicant for 17?
Hello?
Hi, are you going to speak regarding your application?
Your what, sorry?
We're calling from committee. Are you going to speak for your application?
and we all want to hear it.
Through you, Madam Chair, the applicant is on the phone. He's going to speak to request his deferral.
All right, let's start with your name and address, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Rafiq Hanna. I'm from 43 Conklin Crescent in Aurora, L4G 0Z3.
All right, thank you very much. And you have a request for deferral?
Yes, I do have a request for deferral for the purpose of two things. The first thing, I wasn't able to put the sign on time as it was in a long weekend. I put it the very next day. And the second thing, that the planning has some comments that I would like to address before being in front of the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have anybody else on this to speak on this item. Committee, do you have any questions? No, let's take this into committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move deferral of the application to allow the applicant to provide proper notice and also to consult with planning about their recommendations on the application.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli? Mr. Fazeli? All in favor of the deferral? That is unanimous. The deferral has been granted.
Your deferral has been granted, sir.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, we have a second deferral at 4 p.m. It's item number 19, 53 Winston Park Boulevard.
All right. Do we have anyone in the audience on this one? Number 19, 53 Winston Park Boulevard? No? Okay, thank you. Do we have the applicant? Because we have a number of people who wanted to speak on it. I guess they're all online.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chen, agent and land use planner on behalf of the applicant. My address is 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. And the reason for the deferral request?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The reason for the deferral request is that we received a number of comments from community planning, transportation review, and urban forestry, which we are actively discussing with them right now to alter and amend the plans and perhaps affect the variances and require a new zoning notice. And as well, I realize that there are a number of objection letters that have been submitted, and obviously a deferral would give us the opportunity to attempt to resolve the concerns of the neighbors as well.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? No? Let's go to the neighbors. Hopefully the neighbors heard that there's been a request for the deferral of the application.
Hernan Benavides is unmuted.
Hello?
Hernan Benavides, can you hear us? Diane Jen requested to unmute.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah,
Your name and address, please?
my name is Luann Wing. I'm the owner of the house on 55 Winston Park Boulevard.
Oh.
I'm not sure that because it was regarding the house 53 Winston Park Boulevard,
Right.
But I heard this was deferred, so.
It's
do you
going
want-
to, it could be deferred. We have to vote on it first, but they're requesting a deferral. So do you have any concerns with the deferring it?
Yes, no, not the defer, but I
Okay.
have some input. Yeah, so, okay. So,
All right, so it will be resent and re-advertised that when it comes back, if we decide to defer it.
okay, thank you
Okay,
very
thank
much.
you. Thank you for, thank you. All right. And then there were two other neighbors added to the list that I have. Madeline Gonsalves and Pang O'Neill.
Pang O'Neill requesting to unmute.
Say hello.
Hello.
Hello? Is this Pang?
Oh, yes.
Hi. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Pang, P-A-N-G, O'Neill. I would like to just say a few things about.
Give me your address.
Yeah,
42
the address
Winston.
is 42 Winston Park Boulevard.
42 Winston Park Boulevard, and I'm not sure if you heard, but the applicant has requested a deferral. So they would like to be considered at a future meeting, not the meeting today.
Good idea.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Because it's almost 5 o'clock already, right?
Yes.
You all have to leave anyway, right?
No, but that's, yes. So you don't have a concern with the deferral?
If the other lady, really would like to, then it
Well, you can
doesn't quite matter.
you can state your objection too.
No, actually, we're not taking your comments on the application today, just whether you have a concern about the deferral.
No.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next? Nobody else?
Hernandez Benavides or no?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's take this into committee.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm okay to forward a motion for deferral of this application that allows the applicant to attempt to resolve the matters with the planning staff also, as well as the neighbors.
All right, thank you. Do we have a seconder on that motion? Mr. Nipfeld, all in favor? That's unanimous. The deferral request has been granted. All right. So then we are on item 18, 58 Saguenay Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing one-story dwelling by constructing a second-story addition and a two-story rear addition with a new rear deck and a front porch. We have variances for west side yard setback to rear deck, platform height above established grade, building length, west side yard setback, roof eave projection into west side yard, lot coverage, driveway width, fire shutter encroachment into west side yard, height of rear exterior main wall. On file, we have a survey, plans, transportation review comments, urban forestry comments, 2 letters of support from 56 Saguenay and 385 Lawrence Avenue West. Do we have our applicant?
Yes, Michael Persicchini from 1 Sheffield Street, Toronto.
Thank you very much. Do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, we do not.
All right. Does anyone have any questions? We don't have anybody here on this application, so do you want a presentation?
Yes, I would like.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's one neighbor in person that wants to speak. He just joined. He just registered.
Sorry, he's in person?
That's correct.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. And he wants to speak?
Yes.
Okay, so let's get a presentation first so you can hear the whole application. All right. Could we have a presentation, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so my name's Michael. I've been working with the owners and the design team at BKDP. We are putting together an addition to an existing home, and we've been working with the homeowners to kind of temper their original plans for a much larger home. We tried to create a design that was a little more synchronized with planning and zoning staff are looking for. I just want to briefly go over the lot quickly. It's a little bit of a unique lot because it's a corner lot, but the home is designed to face Saguenay, front door and garage facing Saguenay Avenue. But Toronto zoning review essentially views Lawrence as the front of the home. So, you know, we do have a notice with comment number 1, 4, 5, and 8, all linked to a side yard setback, which may technically be our rear yard of our house. But all 4 of these comments are based on a side yard setback that we have planned to build on top of an existing home. Comment number 8 actually is for a fire shutter along that side, and we've reviewed with the homeowners, and we're happy to adjust to fire rated windows if staff feels it's more appropriate. Essentially, I do want to go over a couple more of these items. There is a building length comment. And I don't know if you can tell from the site plan, there's an extension beyond the existing footprint. We've designed that to be 7 meters in height maximum and centered it within the lot so that it doesn't impact a lot of the neighbors. We've tried to create a design here that is site sensitive, neighborly sensitive. And there is an additional comment regarding front and sidewall heights. Most of our soffit heights are actually at 7 meters. The home does have a couple of projections above that soffit, or eyebrows, or dormers, if you will. And they only just slightly surpass the 7.5 meter request in height. Additionally, we have another comment for a driveway on Saguenay Avenue. We surpass a maximum width. This is an existing driveway. It's been like this for 20 years, and we're not proposing any changes to it. I believe I've covered the majority of the comments here.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said about the side yard with the fire shutters. What was your?
Yeah, so there are 4 side yard setbacks. One of them is a fire shutter comment, and we are happy to adjust to a fire rated window to avoid the fire shutter if need be, if the staff feels that that's more appropriate. I'm happy to open up to any questions at this point.
Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? Ms. Martin?
I do. You've got your west side yard setback at 0.42 meters. How is your client going to do any repair work on that side of their building and not encroach on the neighbor's property?
There may have to be an encroachment on the property for any repair work on that side. It's likely not enough space.
I think that's not enough of a setback.
Yeah.
Personally.
But is
it is an existing setback.
Oh, it's existing?
Yeah, it's the
so the west side.
But are you building, maybe I should reread this.
They're building
Yeah, sorry. So
the
it is an
existing one-story.
setback.
Okay. So you're
building on top
altering
of
an
it.
existing building. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. In addition, the dormers that project up above the height, they're more so designed on the street side rather than on the neighboring sides to try to reduce height towards our neighbors. I know that our neighbor to the south was very happy to see the extension beyond the existing footprint capped off at a maximum height of 7 meters. There is also a proposed deck on the southwest corner. It's subject to the same setback, and it also has a variance for a height, just due to the height of the main level that it's stepped down from that level. So.
All right, any other questions for the applicant at this point? Okay, let's hear from the resident. You can come forward, please. Just make sure the microphone is on. Yeah, sounds like it.
It seems working.
And your name and address first?
Hi, my name is Elias, and my address is 381 Lawrence. I am the next door neighbor. So, I always try to cooperate with construction. However, I have some difficulty with this particular construction, so I just want to raise my concern. So, in the way that the property is built right now, like the neighbor is for to trespass my property to make all the maintenance. So, I have an image here. So I don't know if you guys are able to see this.
Unfortunately, we can't take information at the meeting.
Anyhow, so like I guess that if in the way that the property is built right now, the new rear addition that you're planning to use, it will affect a few things. One, like all the trees that we have there, like they will most likely to die when this is approved. The fact all the soffits, all the gas lines, everything, all the venting will come to my property because it's just 16 inches. So the distance between their property and my property is just 16 inches.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's too short. And then on top of that, they're just planning to like to go back, and then that you know that will affect me greatly. Also, I was concerned because last year. We had this issue with, I don't know if you guys remember, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, when we have all this water coming. So the back of, like at the back property, like my property has like this kind of like a slope. So all the water from that property and all the water for the property behind me just kind of sits on my backyard, and then it kind of like creates a pool. So it doesn't, like it seems that all the downspouts that are going to be in that area, it's just going to affect me. And then there is no space for them to maintain that side of the house, the windows, the fire shutters, all the maintenance in the way that this building is designed. I kindly sent an email to this neighbor saying, because I work in a construction company, I could potentially help you to get a better design, but this one, it affects me. And the 2 letters of the supports that they receive from the neighbor, they are not next door neighbors. They are neighbors like 2 or 5 houses like from me. So they're like it's 385 Lawrence that is like 1 or 2 houses there, and the other one is the back. So they're not the only next door neighbor that they have is me. Then again, the fire sure equipment is 0.16 meter from my lot line. Then I have small kids. I have a 2-year-old and I have a 6-year-old. So again, all those, I'm just concerned that, you know, all the equipment, all the construction equipment, because it's so close, and also when the snow comes, it will make that aisle that is on my property very icy. Then, as I mentioned, the minimum clearances and the likelihood of water in the close boundary, the tree impacts, it's just, and the fume and all the venting structure is coming to my property. That property is literally 16 inches from my property line. So now it will be taller, and then they want to make it further, like it will decrease my visibility, all the fumes, the construction, and they will have to trespass into my property to do any kind of maintenance. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? No? Let's get the applicant back to address the comments that have been made.
Yeah, sorry, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so I actually am aware that the homeowners and the neighbor have spoken to each other. They've been trying to work out a design that that we can all get behind and be happy with. Ultimately, the majority of the extension has been pushed back substantially from the side yard. The only portion of the extension that is within the existing home side yard setback is about 2 meters in length along that side. Now, the heights are all within allowable zoning limits, and the majority of our zoning comments are due to this existing setback that we are meeting with the home. We've tried to be accommodating by keeping this extension low at 7 meters in height and also setback away from the property line. But I understand the concerns for the proximity to the property line and that maintenance would require some work together between neighbors.
And what about the residents' concern about venting? I don't see it on the elevation, but am I?
Yeah, I didn't see any vents proposed on the elevation either, but
I don't see any
can
vents
understand.
anywhere on the elevation, so does that mean they
Yeah.
just haven't been indicated? Is there a way to
Yeah.
ensure that wouldn't happen on that side?
No, I believe that there's room for design. Kitchens being proposed in the northwest corner, there is room for design to vent out onto the Lawrence side. Absolutely.
And trees, any trees proposed to be removed?
We have no trees part of a removal.
Okay. And then the other question was about water, stormwater. I guess it's currently draining from this property onto the neighbor's property?
I don't know that that's currently the conditions. When I look at the existing survey and grading plans, we can see that the lots are relatively flat, but the stormwater drains to Lawrence Avenue and to Saguenay Avenue. Anything that will collect on the new roof of the home will be collected through eaves troughs through our soffits, and we can discharge in different locations. We won't propose any discharge along the west side.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sorry, I'm kind of find on your site plan where this 0.42 meter setback is, and it's on the west side, which is
Yes.
adjacent. Well,
So
the
if
setback that's shown on your site plan is
yeah, if you zoom in, so sorry, scroll up a little bit here. Sorry, it would just be to the top of this page here. It's hard to see it from this view. So the 0.42 is shown at the very front of the property, or what the Toronto is considering the front on Lawrence. It's on the right top right side of this page, but it is on the west property line here.
okay, but the portion, the addition, which is
Yes.
the setback that is of concern right now, it's 0.52, not 0.42, right? It says
Well,
here
so-
it's 520 millimeters.
Yeah, so that is just due to the existing footprint being further back at that location to the property line.
So,
But
in fact, you don't need the 0.42 setback for the existing house. It's as of right, but
it is, but we're proposing a top up. We're proposing the second
Oh, I'm
story on,
sorry, I
so
forgot.
that's why they've deferred to that setback as the minimum here being presented.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, we'll take this into committee then. All right. Anyone?
Just,
Oh, sorry, Mr.
just
Nipfel.
a comment, Madam Chair. I can't see the validity of variance number 4. The next door neighbor has raised legitimate concerns, I believe, about the .42, and we can't do anything about the existing building. But it seems to me that the addition on the second floor, which I'm sorry I'd forgotten about as I was looking at the site plan, and the addition at the back here, they do not necessarily need to have a setback of .42. And therefore, I'm not personally inclined to approve this minimal setback. I think it poses problems. I appreciate that it's an existing house, and I welcome the fact that you're building on an existing house, but I think the setback's really small, and it creates, as we've heard, this is the second time today we've heard this kind of comment. And so I will not be supporting variance number 4 for the reasons that the adjacent owner introduced to the hearing.
Okay. Anyone else?
Can I make
Go
a
ahead.
comment to the applicant? We're not in committee, right?
We are in committee.
Oh, we are in committee. I was just thinking the same thing and wondering, because people get themselves in this situation and then beg forgiveness or want access to the adjacent property to do maintenance on their property, can that side wall not be moved so that everybody is within a reasonable, distance from, have a reasonable setback? Why do you have to keep that wall? It looks like you're renovating, they're renovating the ground floor and obviously adding another. Has the architect thought of actually shifting that west wall, in other words?
Right. But we're in committee now, so. You're just asking us. I was going to say, Mr. Nipfel's point about having the second story addition setback 1.2 helps with the second story and maintenance or whatever, but doesn't help with the existing first story. It's a good point. The lot's not that big. I'm sure they had some consideration for that, but don't know without asking. Would someone like to make a motion? Okay.
I may try a motion in considering Mr. Nipfel's comments. Overall, in spite of some of the issues raised, whether by the neighbor and Mr. Nipfel, I still believe that this application meets most of the requirements, and let's say it's a sort of reinvestment in the neighborhood, and it also maintains some character and the green canopy. And I would like to make a motion to approve this application subject to variance number 4 and then the transportation and forestry conditions.
Sorry, what's your, regarding variance 4?
Variance number 4 that Mr. Nipfel has raised has just not approved variance.
To not approve variance 4, okay. And subject to transportation review comments?
Yes, and
okay.
forestry, yeah. Yeah,
And forestry 1. All right. Oh, true. Unless you have a concern with the driveway width. We either don't include the driveway width, transportation comments, save and accept the driveway width.
Well, actually, it's interesting, transportation didn't accept the driveway width in the circulation. They've suggested the driveway width, which is apparently a condition, that it can't exceed the width of the driveway door or the garage door.
Yes.
And so the number in transportation is 3.91 rather than, for the driveway width, rather than what the applicant has suggested. So they're suggesting that variance number 7 be changed.
Right, but personally, I don't have a problem with the driveway width.
Okay.
It's a small lot and they have limited ability to park on it. And they're close to Lawrence where you can't park, so I don't really have a concern, but if you guys do, that's fine. So I think we've,
Yes, Mrs. Chair.
you have a choice, Mr. Kipu.
No, since variance, that does not completely affect the property, so I'll keep I'll forget about the transportation comments, but keep the forestry condition number 1, and then refuse variance number 4.
Okay.
Except, but I suggest you still need to keep the rest of the transportation conditions, I think. There's a number of them. They're pretty standard, but.
We could just exclude A, 1A.
Yeah, but the others still apply.
Okay. Are you in agreement, Mr.
Yes,
Kipu?
Mrs. Chair.
Staff, do you understand what we're trying to say? Yes. Sure.
In other words, the driveway width.
Oh, right. Sorry, C and D, not B, because that's the changed driveway width. Ugh. Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Dipfeld, thank you very much. All in favor? That's unanimous. The application as amended has been approved. All right, we are on to.
I'm sorry. You guys are communicating a lot amongst yourselves. Is this just an approved application?
We have approved the application as modified, so we did not approve variance 4.
4.
And we made it subject to the conditions 1, C, and D in transportation and forestry.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Item number 20, I believe. Sorry, if you have a question, you could ask staff. Probably not. Technical? Sure, we just need to take a very brief break for technical issue. Technical. Are we good? Sorry? Oh, that happens before. Okay. Interesting. No. All right. Item number 20, 345 Lawrence Avenue West. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition. We have variances for eave projection into the west side yard, lot coverage, front yard setback, east side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, arborist report, site photos, transportation review report, urban forestry, and letters of support from 343 and 347 Lawrence Avenue West. And, all right, 345. We have, I don't think we have anyone in the audience on this item? Are you the agent?
I'm legal counsel.
Okay. Are you representing the owner on the application?
I am.
Okay. But there's no residents here, I don't believe, so. Okay. So let's start with your name and address. Just make sure the microphone is on.
My name's Katrina Vergis Mayo.
Okay.
And my address is 130 Adelaide Street, Suite 2800, M5H3P5 in Toronto.
Thank you. So, do we want presentation? Do you want to ask that question? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm looking at transportation, and it seems that they have some conditions. So would you elaborate on them? Are you okay with them?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's actually what my whole presentation is about. So if I may, I can just give my 5-minute deputation.
Yep, you can go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, members of committee. I'm counsel for Michael and Olivia, the owners of the lands municipally known as 345 Lawrence Avenue West. With respect to their minor variance application, I will first provide a brief overview of the application. So as you're aware, the owners are proposing a minor 2-story addition to their garage, as well as a rear 2-story addition to the existing 2-story single-family home. The height and massing of the proposed structure are in keeping with the architecture of the neighboring properties in the overall neighborhood. It's our position that the application is minor in nature, maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan, and is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. So now the remaining remarks will focus specifically relating to the concerns of the road widening condition. I will provide context as to why this condition is not appropriate in these circumstances. City staff have recommended a condition requiring that the site plan be revised to show a future mandatory conveyance of 0.40 meter strip along the Lawrence Avenue West frontage to be transferred to the city for a nominal sum and in an unencumbered manner. This requirement was only communicated to our clients on July 29th, 2025, just over 2 weeks ago, leaving very little time for them to consult legal or to engage in discussions with the city. For example, my client has sought clarification from city staff as to whether an environmental impact study would be required for the conveyance. These studies could represent a substantial unanticipated cost, with preliminary quotes ranging from $3,500 plus HST for the Phase 1 assessment and $6,500 plus HST for the environmental impact study, so a cumulative total of $10,000 plus HST. This is a significant expense for what is, at its core, a modest residential extension. Despite this, our request for clarification went unanswered in correspondence with city staff. This condition also appears to have been introduced without review by city legal. It's a long-standing principle dating back to 1979 that road widening conditions cannot be imposed in the context of a minor variance application unless they are reasonably related to the specific relief sought. Here, the condition is unrelated to the variances requested. It lacks any planning nexus to the application before you. The proposed extensions have no functional or operational impact on the right-of-way that would justify a dedication requirement. So as such, we're asking that the committee carefully consider whether this condition is appropriate. The Ontario Land Tribunal reaffirmed this principle in the recently decided 2024 case of Newstrom Investments and Richmond Hill, where it struck down a road widening condition that was neither reasonable nor connected to the variances. In Newstrom, as here, the application involved a front yard reduction. In that case, from approximately 9 meters to 3 meters, and in our instance, from 5.37 meters to 5.06 meters, a mere 0.31 meter reduction. In both Newstrom and this case, the city's reasoning was to protect for future road allowances. The factual similarities between the two cases underscored that the same outcome is warranted here. The road widening condition should be removed. The Planning Act does not provide any authority to require that a road widening condition be part of a minor variance application. Road widenings can only be secured through other processes such as site plan, consents and severances, or plans of subdivision, where the municipality has clear statutory powers to request land conveyance. Section 45 of the Planning Act is narrow in scope. As such, imposing a land dedication condition here would be beyond that scope and city's legal authority. It is contrary to the intent of the Act and established planning law. In short, this is a modest proposal for the extension of a single detached home with no planning implications for the right-of-way. Imposing this condition would be disproportionate to the scale of the application, inconsistent with past practice, and contrary to both established legal principles and the statutory framework. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the committee approve the variances without the road widening condition. This request is based on the planning merits of the application and the lack of any planning nexus between the variances and the road widening requirement. Subject to any questions of the committee, that concludes my deputation.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Or, okay, any questions? I did have a question, but now I've lost my train of thought. It was something to do with, in the comments from Transportation Services, they've indicated that the widening is part of the 27-meter ultimate right-of-way for Lawrence Avenue, which is, I understand, would be in the official plan. So it is justified to ask for a road widening in terms of the ultimate widening as required by the city.
But that would go through a process of expropriations. It wouldn't go through a minor
It could,
variance
but
application.
that's not the only way to get a road widening. And I guess the city has, based on an application being made, they've put in the requirement for that road widening.
Yes, the city has put it in, but we discussed with the city, and they said because of the tight timeline that they weren't able to discuss it further with us or to involve city legal in the matter. So although there is it's in the official plan, it's still not provided by the Planning Act. And if they want to expropriate the land for the road widening, they can. The application here won't impact the road widening dedication area in any way, which is what they've asked for the survey to include it there. So that way there's no impact to it in the future. So they have the ability to use that strip in whatever year that they decide to move forward with the road widening for the Lawrence Avenue.
If they were to expropriate.
If they were to expropriate. Right. But this application won't impact it. It's still 5 meters away. It's no closer than the current frontage of the property. So the current house, it's going to be in line with the garage now. Right now it's set back by 0.31 meters.
So you're saying this application doesn't impact the ultimate ability of the city to achieve?
It will not. Okay. It's still separated by a full driveway as well, which fits an entire car.
And Mr. Secretary Treasurer, could we have section 45?
Section 45, sub 9.
Is it sub 9?
We can find that. We can find a link to that.
Yeah, so I would like to draw the council's attention on section 45, sub 9. So I just wanted to you to address to respond in relation to section 45, sub 9 of the Planning Act, which give some authority to the Committee of Adjustment to impose conditions on application when the city staff have made recommendations.
Yes, so I understand that. Section 45.9 is actually referenced in the case law that I mentioned in my deputation. So in Newstrom, they do review section 45.9, and they state that that section does not give broad authority to require a road widening condition, simply because there is a minor variance application. It still needs to be reasonably related to it, and in this case, it is not. So even though section 45 does give the ability to impose conditions, at the end of the day, the case law is clear that it needs to be reasonably connected.
But do you agree with me that the committee has that authority to impose conditions such as road widening?
The committee has the conditions so long as it is reasonable and related to the application before the committee.
It's before you, but that's not what the wording says. It says advisable.
Right.
Thank you.
It doesn't say whether it's, sorry, what was the language you used?
Yeah, so the Act says any authority or permission granted by the committee under subsection 1, 2, 3 may be for such time and subject to such terms and conditions as the committee considers advisable and are set out in the decision. That I understand that the Planning Act states that, but case law then is coupled in with that authority, and case law is pretty clear. There's a number of cases actually since 1979 that have been decided since then that are clear that any variance, just because there's a setback requirement, maybe to the front yard, does not justify the road widening condition. So, like before the tribunal, they have been clear that this is not, and this does not give the broad authority to grant a road widening condition just because of Section 45.9. So there is still limited authority under that section.
But the Committee of Adjustment is not bound by those decisions?
It's not bound by those decisions. That's correct.
Okay.
They just inform. They help to inform decisions. Yes.
Thank you. Any
Through you-
further questions?
Yes,
Mr.
through you, Madam
Fazeli.
Chair. I have a question for the applicant. You have mentioned two parts you have mentioned. One was that about the timing. You brought up the timing of the 2 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that included in terms of like not enough time, right? And the second was about the cost. So are these two reasons are the ones that are pushing you not to provide that demonstration based on the conclusion mentioned in transportation?
No, those two are just in support of it. So they're just to go ahead, just to show that this was a last minute condition that was imposed on my client really quickly towards the end, and that those costs are very unreasonable. The main concern was the fact that if they do want a road widening condition, if they do want a road widening, the appropriate method would be through an expropriation process, because there's no nexus here between the planning merits of the case and between what a road widening condition would be. So our overarching it's not because of the time frame. Even if we were to go back to city staff, our position won't change that it's inappropriate.
All right, so let's say if you have time, let's say if this application has been deferred, that would provide enough time.
It wouldn't change time. The only difference would be maybe city legal would review the application and then would say that it's not an appropriate condition, but our position would not change because the case law is clear on what is.
This is
not.
predictions if they say that, right?
Yeah, so if they don't, then we would be back in the same spot that we are right now with us opposing the condition once again.
And then we would see a clearance from the transportation in that situation.
Yeah, then you would have city legal having reviewed it. But at this point, I don't think city legal has reviewed the
All
condition.
right. But that would be the process you're saying.
Yeah, but that's not what, we're not asking for a deferral. But that would be the process if there was a deferral, but we're not asking for a deferral. We're just asking for it to be approved without the road widening condition.
Yes, well, within the committee, as you know already, we can either defer or approve or refuse. All right, thank you for your explanation.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Should we take this into committee?
I want to make a comment to my colleagues in committee before anything has been. I think there's an inconsistency here, unless somebody can correct me, because 58 Saguenay is fronting onto Lawrence Avenue on the same side, and transportation didn't mention this, unless I'm wrong. They didn't mention this .4, right?
Right, but the right-of-way of Lawrence or any other street is different in different areas. So perhaps where Saguenay is, they have the appropriate right-of-way. They don't need a road widening.
Oh, okay, this is only maybe, it could be an inconsistency, or it could be like what you're saying. So I
You
think
could be
that
right.
needs to be sort of determined, because these two houses are probably no more than 10 houses apart.
Right, but a right-of-way can vary quite a bit, and sometimes it's taken from the south side, sometimes from the north side, depending on how they.
Well, they're both on the
Yeah.
south side of
Interesting.
Lawrence, these two homes.
It does beg
I'm
the
just
question.
picking up this observation.
Yeah.
That, you know.
All right. Other people's comments on this? It's a tough one.
Yes,
Mr.
Chair.
Kibu.
Yeah, I was wondering, I forgot, maybe I may get back to the council, because I'm not sure. What I see here is that in terms of right of ways, if it is lesser than the standard, we have an authority to impose conditions.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
I'm not sure, I can't really confirm if it is, it meets the standard or not for us to be able to react. And then the second point would be, the agent pointed out to some of the laws and case law, and I was wondering whether we were talking about policy or guidelines and all those aspects here.
So the transportation memo says the ultimate right-of-way is 27 meters. So I believe that is what is required, what has been established by the city. Usually it's in the official plan, stated in the official plan somewhere. And they're saying that in order to achieve that ultimate right-of-way, they're looking for a widening on this property. Does that answer your question? So I don't think it is a policy, I guess, in terms of the ultimate right-of-way.
Yeah.
It's not a guideline or something like that.
Yeah, but does as it exists, does it meet those 27 meters?
Oh, well, they're saying it doesn't. That's why they're looking for the 0.4 on this one.
So in that, for me, it won't be unreasonable if we were to make a decision or to refuse this application, as we are talking about reasonability of the actual situation.
Or impose the condition.
Yeah, or
is what you
impose
mean.
a condition.
Yeah, of transportation works.
Yeah.
I mean, the agent.
We are not upholding, we are not a tribunal.
No.
We will maintain the conditions that the transportation
Right.
recommended.
Ultimately, it's our decision to decide whether it's appropriate. The city, the agent's correct. The city could, down the road, expropriate that piece of land if they.
That was my question.
Yes, they could.
Are there other vehicles?
That's really the only one, unless the site was somehow redeveloped with other properties to, for a bigger application. But
Because
consent?
there's I feel like there's some sort of inconsistency here, between applications.
It's a bit of a gray area. It would have
Yeah,
been
it
helpful
is.
in this case to possibly have somebody from Transportation Works, but, we don't have that. We only have the memo.
What is before us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's either a consent application, they can ask for it. I think they can do through rezoning. And we're being asked to do it as a condition. So I think we are not bound by those other decisions that have been made in other tribunals or court, but, as the agent said, it does inform. If we were to refuse or, to impose this condition, they could appeal the decision and then test it out in
At the
OLT.
end of the day, it is their right to decide whether to appeal or.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So I don't, I mean, it's a bit vague in terms of the, I would agree that if the city was requesting this, they really should be providing all the details, and the applicant doesn't know whether they need to do an environmental review of the land, which usually is required before you transfer land to the city.
Right.
To ensure
Absolutely.
no contamination. But they don't even know that at this point. All they know is that they would have to do a survey, I guess, to transfer the land, which is, is a cost. The variances are not related to the front of the house. So again, that's something we need to consider. Is it reasonable to ask for that when they're doing something that doesn't impact the ultimate ability to achieve that right away? And would the acquisition of this piece of land, obviously it would help the city, but are there ultimate plans? We don't even know. Are there plans to widen Lawrence Avenue? They're not going to widen it in front of one house. What? Yes, go ahead.
I think it's all or nothing, It's a strange little chunk of land to carve off of one island property in a sense.
I mean, presumably, the whole block could eventually apply for committee of adjustment variances
But
for whatever
Over the-
purpose, and
over the next 50
incrementally, the
years,
city
maybe.
would get
Yeah,
their ultimate right
exactly,
away. But,
yeah.
yeah, it's a bit of a, it's a tough one.
Madam Chairman, my view is that it's a hardship on this application. It's a minor application. And the cost associated with implementing the transportation condition is unreasonable, in my view, given this application. It isn't, the variance isn't related to the road widening, so I can't see a connection there. The cost, I think, is, as I said, unreasonable, given the scale of this. The other thing is, how long is it going to take to assemble enough road widenings to make the road widening possible? And that could be years and years and years. I'm inclined that this, although I disagree with the applicant. If I felt it was necessary, I would definitely support it as a condition of a variance. I think that's legitimate. I don't think in this case it's reasonable for a variety of reasons. And so my take on it would be to approve it without that particular condition from transportation.
Okay.
I think I would like to second Mr. Niffel's positions. When, giving it a second thought and a better thought, I see here that, the law, part of the law is on the side of the city, but the procedure to get there, the agent told us that their client was advised of the situation just a couple of weeks ago, which did not give them enough time to take any step which could be available. And when I hear about the cost that is needed to remedy the situation, which is not the main point of the application, I'm inclined to think, as Mr. Niffel, that this may be unreasonable. So based on that, I'm more than willing to make a motion for us to approve this application, not subject to these conditions, but subject to these conditions of the forestry, forestry condition.
Also the additional transportation.
Yeah, the additional transportation conditions. No, not road winding, no. Because it may be too expensive and too cumbersome for the applicant to do this, especially if it's not related to the main application.
No, that's correct.
Yeah, there won't be transportation conditions, yeah.
I also just read that it said that it be conveyed to the city in an unencumbered manner for a nominal sum. Anyway, all right, so we have, do we have a motion?
Yes, that I put forward a motion. That was a motion I was putting forward.
Okay, thank you. And a seconder? Just forestry.
Can I
Ms.
just
Martin?
clarify, the motion is to not include the...
To approve the application and not make it subject to the transportation review comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, was that a second? Sure. Thank you. All in favor of the motion? Unanimous. The application's been approved. All right. Item 21, 104 Banbury Road. All right, this is an application for a new two-story dwelling with an integral garage. We have a variance for rear deck projection and height, building height and height of main walls. On file, we have a survey, a revised site plan, August 7th, 25, plans, presentation, arborist report, transportation services report, TRCA memo, ravine and natural features protection memo, and 4 letters of support. We have our applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. David Bronskill, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario. And Madam Chair, at the risk of being too glib, I'm happy to report I am not presenting any changes to this application that's coming before you.
Thank you. Does anyone want a presentation? No, I don't think so. Any questions for the applicant? This one is, we are looking at any questions about height? I had a question about height. So I guess it's variance 2. Just the question is, what are the, why do we need the height increased from 10 to 11.05?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. There's a couple of considerations that go in, excuse me, pardon me, to that height variance. It does relate to design is one, and then it also relates to the building placement on the lot. And as you may recall, Madam Chair, it's measured from established grade, and in the package of materials that we've sent over, if staff could maybe just start page 3 or 4, just show the site plans of the presentation materials. And it could be even page 5. Madam Chair, the building is set back a little bit more from the property line than the front yard setback would require. You can see there's a line there and a measurement in the driveway. That measurement with the arrow shows the front yard setback of 9 meters. And the main wall of the dwelling actually comes back a little bit from where the dwelling is situated. So there's a bit more of a front yard setback. So it's not quite at the front yard. And then established grade, if on page 6, if staff don't mind going down on the presentation, because of the grade changes on the property, established grade actually gets measured a little bit lower. You can see it there on the west side, and we've shown the measurement for permitted roof height on the right-hand side. And so the measurement from established grade to the top of the second floor ceiling is actually 8.42 meters. We've got that line of 10 meters that comes partway through the roof, and then a little bit more just to frankly architecturally finish the design of the roof, because it is a 2-story house. If established grade was slightly increased, i.e. we weren't measuring it the way we are by having to pick up the different grades on the site with the different grade changes, I'm not sure we would need the variance. But it appears slightly taller. You can see on the left-hand side from established grade that 11.05 number to the top of the roof height, but part of that is a function of the grade change. In terms of the impacts, part of the building placement being back from the front yard setback, which is already a pretty generous requirement at 9 meters, the additional setback we think is going to mitigate what is likely already a minimal impact in terms of that additional roof area, that additional sloped roof area, because it will be pushed back on the street. That's the pattern of houses, frankly, on this street already. Is they are pushed back, and so you can see there that gray area. That's the additional height that the variance is permitting. I think it's a nice architectural treatment. It is, I think, a slightly larger number because of the function of the grade, but I think from a qualitative perspective, it is a high quality design. There is a generous front yard required setback already, and we're pushed back a little bit more. I will be honest with the committee, at 11.05, it is slightly taller than other height variances in the area at 10.4, 10.5, 10.6. So it is about a half meter more than we've seen numerically. I don't think that's a lot more than what we've seen numerically. And I think pushing it back from the street with the combination of the sloped roof mitigates any perception. So you're not seeing what I would call sort of a straight 3-story structure with that increased roof, where I think you might be more worried about impacts.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else? Mr. Limpfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Bronskill, can you talk a little bit about the outdoor room, whether or not it looks like it's got a solid wall on one side. Is it open on the other sides, or is there glazing? It has a roof. Is it part of the gross floor area?
It is not part of the gross floor area. It is, and I'm just looking on my stats through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Nipfeld. I just want to look at one stat. There's a 30% coverage. It would count in the coverage, but we're only 19.04% coverage because of the lot. So it would count as coverage, but would not count as FSI. If staff are able, maybe in the presentation, to go back perhaps to page 3, any of the pages that just kind of show the site plan. What's probably the most important, and then Mr. Niff, I'll just answer your question. I may go to a couple of the elevations. The most important elevations likely along the north side, because that's where that outdoor room is closest to the adjacent. Sorry, if staff are in the, can staff go to page 3 of the presentation, if you're able to? Yeah, that one's fine there. So you can see where the table is.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a notch to the building. So there's a platform and then the outdoor room. That's the north wall on the right. And there are a couple of windows that form part of the main structure, but where then that outdoor room is, it's almost more of a clear story window. It's a raised window to allow some light. But otherwise has treatment. There are, when you look at the south elevation, there 2 larger windows do appear, but it's a little bit misleading because they're on that south wall of that outdoor room, so quite far removed from the south property line. So it's open on that side, but very well separated from the property line, and frankly looking at the north wall of that house to the south.
So it's open on 2 sides, right?
Yeah,
It's open to the rear
more,
yard, and it's open to the remainder of the terrace deck.
I think that's a fair comment. It's more open on the south side.
Yeah.
And a little more screened on the north side, just so that because it's obviously more proximate, kind of that front, which is a front yard there for the home to the north. And I think that's partly just to mitigate, that you're not standing looking at their front yard.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
So just
Thank
to follow up on that, do you have any concerns with tying it substantially in accordance with the elevation?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if the committee chose to do that, that's a reasonable condition.
And that outdoor room remain unenclosed?
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? No?
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Is the term unenclosed going to be a subject of debate? As long as one side's open, is that going to be considered to be unenclosed?
I think it's okay, and if we tie it to the elevations, substantially in accordance with the elevations, it shows it partially. It has that wall on the north side, and whatever side that is, the other one.
Okay.
East. Yeah, I think it's okay,
Okay, thanks.
unless Mr. Secretary Treasurer has another idea.
You could also add the word fully, not to be fully enclosed,
Yes, okay, we could do it that way.
and tied to the plan.
Yes, okay.
So just so I understand this outdoor room is the one where the rectangular table with all the
Chairs.
and it's open on the east side? Is it
South
the
side.
west side, sorry, and the
South?
south side? Is that right?
1 minute. The
West side and the south side? Yeah.
Where's the north point on this drawing?
It's at the very top. It's sort of, you can see it on the top right-hand corner of the drawing. The north arrow. Oh, of the drawing I'm looking at, which is, I don't know. It's in the presentation.
Oh. Let's just flip through that.
The site plan in the presentation.
Yeah. That one. Right? The one that's up on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's the room.
The room or the outdoor room, right?
Yeah, the outdoor room.
Yeah. So it's open on the west side, which, and no windows.
We
And
should require north arrows on all drawings.
I don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they have a north arrow. It's in the north.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
I've got my.
It's in the
Mine
in the upper right side of the drawing.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're correct. So what is referred to the north side? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
North side is the
Is
side
where the
adjacent
windows are.
to the neighbor with
Yeah.
the house that's back.
Yeah.
And that's a fairly solid wall with
It is.
cooking and so forth in it. My understanding is then turn around the corner, keep going, walking around the outside of the room at the back, which is the
West.
It's open, I think, clearly. And Mr. Bronskill indicated that the other side, which looks over to the terraced, rest of the terraceway, that it's partially enclosed. So my understanding of his comments was that the only side that was completely open was the one that
The west.
goes out to the garden.
Okay.
So is that not considered, it's still considered an
Outdoor?
outdoor room?
Yeah. It's not part of the dwelling.
Oh, okay.
But I guess that's why it's called a room. Outdoor room. All right, I think
We're done.
we've,
What is that gray area? The deep gray area? Is that a one-story or something,
pool.
or? That's a pool?
I think.
Oh. It's the same color as the driveway.
I don't think it's a driveway.
No,
no, I think it's a pool.
okay.
And I mean, I don't think, in other locations, that outdoor room projection might be a bit of an issue, but I think in this case, the lot it's a large lot and doesn't seem to have a negative impact.
Right,
And
right.
nobody seems to be complaining about it, so
Yeah,
I think we're okay as long as just to feel comfortable, we tie it to the elevation drawings and substantially in accordance, and that it remain, sorry, what was the wording? Not fully enclosed. Was that with the wording?
Yeah.
Yeah.
do they have
Okay, let's get a motion. I don't want to get bogged down on these little things, but because I think it's generally fairly minor. Mr. Nipfeld.
I'll give it a shot. I'd like to put forward a motion to approve the application, subject to forestry condition number 1, TRCA condition, which was a permit, transportation condition, which is to develop the circular driveway as per the site plan, so that ties in the site plan. And then the outdoor room is to be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan and
North?
the
Or-
north,
I think we should tie it to all of,
okay, to the elevation drawings, yes, because the issue is, well, that's what you were suggesting, yeah.
well, at least the north and west, but I mean,
It's the west elevation that I would think is the biggest one, so,
because it's open.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
It
and
looks to
that
me
there
like
was another
the
condition that the outdoor
south
room
is
not be
open
fully
too.
enclosed.
Let's try that. Sorry? Yes.
Yeah.
Your
So
question?
is that okay?
Did you have a question, or you were amending the motion, or did you? Because those are the ones that are somewhat open.
Okay.
All right.
I'm fine with that.
Sure. Mr. Nipfel, can we repeat?
The outdoor room indicated on the site plan is to be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing and which elevations? The north?
West and south.
The west and the south elevations. No.
No.
The west and the south elevations.
Substantially in accordance with
Substantial-
the
and is
site
to-
plan, the west and south
Yeah,
elevations.
and is to not be fully enclosed. Is that as clear as mud? Okay.
Great. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Martin? All in favor of the motion? That's unanimous, I think. Mr. Kibu, did I see your hand? Yes, you were too fast. All right, that's unanimous. The application has been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. All right, item 22, 3915 Keele Street. This is an application to alter an existing commercial building by constructing a one-story garage addition on the north side of the building. The variance is for the north side yard. And on file, we have a previous decision from October 2020, survey, plans, a tree site plan, supporting material, site photos, a community planning memo, a TTC memo, and a Metrolinx memo. All right. Do we have the applicant? Anyone here? No? Online? Mr. Spencer?
Through you, Madam Chair, he is unmuted. He has to speak. Mr. Michael Cogan, can you hear us?
He's obviously having an issue.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, magic. Okay. Michael Kogun, my address is 40 St. Clair East, Suite 303.
Sorry, and you're the agent?
I am now.
Oh, okay. You're the new agent.
Yep.
All right. I don't think we need a presentation on this application. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Or is there anything you would like to tell us?
I would like to just speak to the, presuming all goes well, the two conditions, TTC and I presume Metrolinx are applicable law under the Building Code Act, and they would be flagged as required at the issuance of a building permit.
Yep.
If they're not required, I would prefer not to have to go through Metrolinx, which is cumbersome. TTC is more cumbersome. So if it is a concern and needs to be addressed, it would be at the issuance of a building permit.
Right. I mean, the Metrolinx comments are with respect to the Finch LRT. And this application is for an addition to an existing building at the rear. I don't think there's any impact on that. TTC, again,
It's pretty deep, the subway at this point. Like I don't think whatever we're doing here would have any impact. But again, that has to be addressed at the building code.
Right.
So it's under the plans review.
Yes. So what you're saying is you don't want to wait twice for comment?
That's right. I would like to have the variance, and then I'll have to sort of address it before the issuance of the permit.
Okay. All right, are we ready to take it into committee? I think we'll take it into committee. We're good now.
This is the third one today where we have the same situation,
What's that?
where the addition, if any maintenance has to be done to the addition, they can't achieve it on their own property.
.52 meters is how many inches?
0.52. It is,
Isn't that similar to the other one?
yes,
20 inches? Is that what it is?
something like that. No, it's a little bit,
Less or more?
yeah, close to.
I'd only suggest that perhaps this is slightly different in that it's a storage shed.
Yeah.
And so the degree of maintenance that might be required, I would argue, is either non-existent or minimal. And it's replacing a temporary building on the site. There's that arched building that they've got on the site that they use for storage now.
Yeah.
This is a better solution. So I agree with your observation, but I don't think maintenance in this case should be a problem.
Okay.
I tend to agree with you. It's probably tire storage and.
Yeah. At least he's not storaging all over the lot.
Yeah.
It's a clean
It's
solution.
a slightly better looking
Yeah.
solution, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to make a motion then.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to approve this application. I don't believe there's any conditions?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Seconded by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? That is approved unanimously. Your application's been approved. All right, item 23, 126 Anthony Road. This is an application for a new two-story dwelling with an integral garage. We have variances for east side yard setback, west side yard setback, main wall height, exterior stair width, building length, building depth, lot coverage, and percentage of front yard landscaping. On file, we have a survey, site plan, plans, photos, supporting material, community planning report, and Metrolinx memo. Okay, do we have our applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair, Franco Romano here, Action Planning 321 Lakeshore. Hello again.
Hello. Okay, and we don't have anybody here on this. Do we have anyone in the audience on this item? No? 126 Anthony? All right. I don't know whether people want a presentation, or do you have any questions of the applicant? That's who's speaking to us, Mr. Romano. The other person, Mr. Silva, or Ms. Silva, that's another, is that one of the owners, Mr. Romano? Or just another agent? Architect, thank you. All right, oh, that makes sense. Questions or comments, questions of the applicant, or would you like a presentation? No? I'm hearing no. Can you maybe comment on the coverage? It's kind of high.
Yes, thank you for that query, Madam Chair. So first off, I'll say that the staff conditions are acceptable. They recommend a condition related to the site plan and the side, east side elevation. The lot coverage is broken down, and I have it on the site plan. The dwelling itself is 38.14%, and the deck and the rear is 5.52%, and that 0.52% means that it then counts towards the dwelling lot coverage.
Uh-huh.
So let's say it's the rear deck that basically turns it into the 43.7%.
Okay, that makes sense.
Actually, yeah, along the street, it's pretty common to have lot coverages in excess of 40% actually when one is counting decks in particular.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone have any other comments, or we take it into committee?
I have a question.
Oh, Mr. Nipfeld, sorry.
Mr. Romano, you're deficient in front yard landscaping, but you've got a driveway and walkways leading to the front door. Would you be agreeable to having those paved in permeable pavers to make up for the lost landscaping?
Thank you for that question through you, Madam Chair. And staff actually has on this bottom screen my slide, which is not benefiting from being in black and white. There is an increase in landscaping from what currently exists.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, it's 28.3%, and what's being proposed is 55%. So there is a substantial increase in landscaping.
You're still 10% deficient, though.
5.
5%.
5%, my mistake, sorry.
5%.
Not that bad.
So, I'm happy to accept permeable materials for the driveway and the walkway.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's take it into committee.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve this application, subject to community planning, tying it to be built substantially in accordance with the approved site plan and the east elevation drawings. And also that the proposed coverwood deck will not be enclosed. And that the proposed driveway and walkway at the front of the building will be paved in permeable pavers.
Thank you.
Could I offer a friendly suggestion? The portion that's substantially in accordance with the site plan has to do with length, depth, and coverage as per variances 5, 6, and 7. So it's not just everything; it's those things that are being tied to the substantially in accordance with the drawings.
I think she was referring to the report from community planning.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
I just quoted the.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, seconder, Mr. Nipfeld. All in favor? That is unanimous. The application has been approved.
Thank you kindly. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. All right, item 24, 483 St. Clements Avenue. Okay, this is an application for a new 2-story dwelling with a front porch and a rear deck. We have variances for floor space index, front and rear main walls, front entrance above established grade, west side yard, area of a platform, front porch, side yard setback, and front yard setback. On file, we have a survey, site plan, plans, supporting material, tree protection plan, site photos, urban forestry memo, and a letter of objection from 485 St. Clements. Okay, do we have our applicant?
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you speak up a bit? We can't hear you.
Sure, Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, Madam Chair, no change.
Okay. And do we have anyone here on this item? No? But we have some people online. Okay. All right, Mr. Shakiri, could you give us a brief presentation on the application?
Sure, if I can have my support material displayed. Yes, we went through this with the planning department. The only variance they had a concern about was the front yard setback. There is that's the correspondence we have, and finally they agreed to the variance we are requesting. The reason for that is that there is a mature boundary tree on the neighboring property, number 485, as highlighted here. So we had to shift the house slightly to stay out of the tree protection zone for that tree. Obviously, we would benefit from a larger front yard, given the fact that these are very tiny lots. But we did go for that variance to help that tree be surviving. Other than that, if we go to the next page on my support material, yeah, that's basically speaking about the side yards. The existing side yards, as you can see, on one side is 46, the other side is 106, and the required is 0.9. That is similar to what we're proposing on the west side to what's existing. And then all along that St. Clements Avenue, if you look at the houses, whether new or existing or old, they all have the similar side yards. One side around like 40 or 50 centimeters, the other side around 1 meter. That pattern is obvious on these 4 houses on this survey. You can see on one side there are 46, the other side there is a right-of-way 107, 103, 108. So it's basically, and on the other side of number 487, you see number 46 centimeters west side yard, and number 485 has 0.51, which is very similar. Number 481 is 0.46 on the narrower side. So they're all basically the same everywhere in St. Clements and the entire area. So that's for the side yards. If we go to the other page, next page, please. The basement, yeah, so okay, this is the wall height. So that red highlighted area is the additional building mass that we can have as of right. So this house is actually shorter than what a new house could build up to. Those blue triangles on the front and the back are the areas that we're seeking the variance for. Those are very, very, very tiny areas in lieu of larger mass that we are saving here. We thought that would be appropriate and justifies the variance here. If we go to the other page, the next page, I think there is a graph for the on the building section. Maybe please turn the page to the next page. Is that possible? Okay. Yeah. So then the basement on this, the lower level on this proposal is actually considered the main floor. That actually contributes to the first variance being a larger FSI, and also the variance number 5, which is the area of the front platform, because the main level on this house is actually considered the second story. And that triggers 2 of the variances that you see here. So now, if we were to dig the basement by an additional maybe 3 foot, such as the highlighted yellow area, that variance number 4 variance number 5 is deleted, because that floor is going to be a basement. And also variance number 1, which is the FSI, is going to be significantly reduced, perhaps very close to 0.6, that is as of right. So sort of those 2 variances are technicality of the proposal. I think not digging to that depth, which will help us not to have any sort of shoring. It also helps with the drainage and reducing the size, the quantity of the steps, and many other technical benefits was a necessity that we had to ask for. And we have some comparables in the close proximity. You can take a look. We are not setting a new precedent, and we believe that what we're proposing is very minor. Hope you feel the same way. And if there is any question, I'd be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, we have 2 neighbors online. All right, let's move on to the neighbors.
from 481 St. Clements. Just a question. I see that there is a parking to be built at the front of the house.
Sorry, sorry, is this the neighbor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Could we have your name and address to start?
Yeah, sorry. Arlen Sulai, the address is 481 St. Clement, so it's the house to the right.
Okay.
But, so the
And
question
sorry,
was,
yeah, go ahead.
the question was, there's a parking obviously being built as part of the house, like a garage in front of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a shed that's being used currently as a parking spot with a right-of-way on my property on the 481 St. Clements. So is the intent to use the front as parking, and since you're building parking there and you're putting a driveway, and release the shed in the back that's currently used as a parking garage?
We'll let the applicant address that, but there's another neighbor who wishes to speak. Is that your only question?
Yeah, so then the other question was, I guess as you were excavating and building, just want to make sure that what are the precautions that you will put in place to make sure there's no damage to the side of the houses. I think that goes probably for the other house as well, but just interested just to hear the answer there.
Okay. Thank you. And you're 481?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 481. The resident? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, has the applicant been in touch with you about the walkout at the back, and do you have any concerns about, it's elevated, about its privacy, your privacy relative to that walkout? Is he still there?
Yeah, sorry, was that a question for 481?
Yes.
Yeah, depending on how high, I don't know how high the walkout is right now. I do have a fence there, and the fence is a bit elevated as part of the fence, but I don't know if it goes all the way out to the walkout. So I'm just trying to see how far the walkout goes. It seems like it goes pretty far, and how high that walkout is going to be.
Okay, have you seen the site elevation?
I don't know if I know exactly how.
Could we maybe pull up the east elevation for this gentleman so that he can see? This would be the view from your property. East.
Yeah.
No, east.
No, it's one of the sides. That?
Yeah. It looks fine. I don't know. I think it's okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Is that all of your comments at this point?
Yes.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay, thank you. Let's hear from the other neighbor.
Through you, Madam Chair, we are attempting to call the other neighbor. He's not answering.
Okay. All right, in the interest of time, let's bring the applicant back to address the comments that this neighbor just made, or answer the questions that this neighbor had.
Yes, we have proposed the front garage and driveway. So my client has the intention of using an integral garage for its convenience. So the usage of the other structure as a garage is going to be terminated. So I cannot comment if they want to keep using it as a shed or not. But the garage now is moving into inside the building as an integral garage, so you can see on the floor plans. So I hope I answered the question.
So the existing frame garage, that's at the rear of the property, right?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure if I understood the question, sorry.
Sorry, I just asked. The neighbor was referring to the existing garage, which appears to be at the rear of the property, looks like it's right at the back property line.
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
mentioned. The usage of that structure as garage is going to be terminated because
Right.
they will be using the integral garage that is proposed here, obviously. for its convenience. And whether they keep using it as a shed or not, I don't know, or it could be removed, but they are not going to be using it as a garage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any luck with the person you're trying to reach? The other neighbor? Is that Mr. Marr?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's one person with the same name on the list. I will try to unmute it, just in case they register like by accident, like twice. So just to avoid any mistakes.
Hello, anybody there?
I'm just, my name's on the list, Vanessa Totino. I'm the person who already spoke, his wife. I'm just listening in.
Okay.
And I just wanted to clarify, he's referring to the shed, but what we're asking is if they're not using the shed as a garage, can we take back the laneway that's on our property?
Access to the garage is across their property. If you look at the garage, it doesn't.
Oh, I see.
Faces to the side, there's a driveway goes across this lady's property.
Oh, okay. All right, should we bring the applicant back to address that? Mr. Shakari, did you hear that question? I wasn't understanding the right-of-way before, but now I do. There's a right-of-way at the back of the property, I guess, that the subject lands had access over the 481 property to access their garage, but as they're not going to be using it as a garage any longer, what is their intent?
Yeah, there is an existing right-of-way. It's like a stripe of land on the rear portion of number 481. That is something that is registered on the title. So basically, it's not. I'm not in a position to accept just basically giving that parcel of land to number 481. I think whatever that is going to be like this discussion between the two owners, my client and them. But there is a right of way over this. So is on many other houses in the area. I believe, and you know, I actually questioned that earlier stage that I was designing this, because it seems like a number of years ago that right of way is created in lieu of the previous right of way that previously existed between the two houses. And I think our neighbor at number 481 were present here, and seems that they have been living on that address for a long time. They can comment on that, but I believe there has been a right of way between the two houses, and sometime in the past, with the previous owners of number 483, they removed that right of way and created this new one. And as we stand, there is a right of way over there, and it is this existing on the title. I don't think if neither me nor anyone but the register office can remove that, if that's what they mean.
Okay. I don't think we can solve that. I would agree with you that it's between the landowners to work that out. I mean, 483 would, by virtue of this application, if it were to be approved and constructed, they don't need that access, but it's registered on title right now, so they would have to work it out between themselves.
Correct, yes. That's a different discussion for
okay.
That is
Thank
not
you.
my concern.
Do we have the other person?
Through you, Madam Chair, we attempted multiple times to reach out to Gary Marr.
Yep.
No answer.
Okay. All right, I think we'll move on. We can't, we've given ample opportunity for them to participate, I think. Let's take it into committee unless anyone has any further questions for the applicant. No? All right, let's take it into committee.
So I'll just make a quick comment. So I just want to confirm, like, there's no, because this seems like a much larger footprint than the two adjacent houses.
Mm-hmm.
So there's obviously, because it's not listed, there's no length or depth variance. Okay.
No,
Okay,
I know, I would agree with you.
yeah,
It's really just the side yard
yeah.
on the one side.
I'm inclined to think that the, from my perspective, that the building's too large for the lot. All of the variances are, my view, the variances 1, 2, 3 they're substantial variances, and they basically raise the building up, and it's a bigger building. The west side yard setback, I think, is troubling. It's the same thing as Carol's indicated earlier. We've had it before us 3 or 4 times today. Question I would have here is, could the building not be shifted to more in the middle of the property, because it's providing a larger side yard setback next to the house that already has a large setback, a relatively large setback, and the shortest or the smallest setback adjacent to the house that's almost on the property line.
Right.
I think this is a legitimate concern for maintenance, and the lady that isn't speaking sent us a letter, and that was the thrust of her letter. She was concerned with that. Given what we have before us, I'm not inclined to support this application. I think the variances are extensive. I think it creates a building that this particular property can't accommodate comfortably.
I definitely agree that the front and rear main walls are substantially higher than is permitted, I should say.
I think I thought the same until I heard the presentation, and it's the corners of so I would tie it to elevation. It was the little
Really?
triangular
the
pieces.
blue.
It's not that much of a.
Really? Let me
No.
look at that again.
So that was my initial concern as well. I do have a concern with the side yard. Definitely, and it looks like they basically took probably the side yard that's existing to the existing house. They kind of just plopped it on there, considering it's a bit of a given, right?
And the height of the entrance above grade, which is an issue we've been debating a
Yeah.
lot. It's another one of those entrances that's, in my view, is higher than it needs to be above street level.
I don't know what you're talking about with the front and the back elevation. It's essentially a rectangle.
If you look at the presentation, I think there is a drawing. Might need Mr. Nipfeld's help on this.
No, they've got like a portico in the front or whatever, and then also they've got
It's the side elevation you have to look at.
Why the side? It's the
Because
front and the
that's where
back.
it's exceeding the height.
No, it's the front and the back. I'm pretty sure it is. Could be wrong. Been wrong a lot today.
Well, and then the other variance is the height of the front door above grade, which you see on the front. It's at the front elevation, it's substantially higher than grade. And
It
that's,
says the maximum permitted height of the front and rear main walls is 7.5 meters. The proposed height of the front and rear main walls is 9.22 meters.
But
It's not the side at all.
No, but it's demonstrated, I think, on that side elevation in the presentation. Do you see that one with the colored?
But the massing's there on the front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know, I don't understand. To me, it's a rectangle, a big rectangle, right?
All right. Let's,
Unless I'm reading the plans wrong.
care to make a motion, Mr. Nipfel?
Well, my motion won't be popular. I would move that the application be refused. I don't believe that it meets the 4 tests. I don't consider the variances to be minor, and I don't consider the proposal that's before us to be something that is appropriate development for this neighborhood.
Interesting that we don't have anything from planning on this. There's nothing from community planning. All right, does anyone care to second that motion?
I'm going to
Mrs.
second it.
Ms. Martin?
Chair, before they proceed, I was looking at the opposition from one of the neighbors, and based on the presentation and when reading this opposition, I was wondering whether we could not accept part of the, I'm getting to Mr. Niffer, whether we could not accept part of the application and reject those variances number 2, 4, 7, 4, 6, and 7, which seems to significantly impact the light access on this building.
Sorry, yes, but Mr. Kibus, sorry? I did. I asked for a seconder, and then Mr. Kibu had a suggestion to amend the motion. That's what we're talking about. We don't have, oh, sorry, we did have a seconder, you're correct. I'm sorry, I'm losing it. That's okay. Well, we do have a motion on the floor, so we should consider it. Yep. All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor? Yep. So we have 2 in favor, opposed?
So it loses. Okay.
3.
Okay.
Do you need the names? Okay. Mr. Kibu, Ms. Casson, and Mr. Fazeli opposed. Okay, so that motion failed. And perhaps now we hear from Mr. Kibu on what you were suggesting, which variances to refuse? Two, 4, 6, and 7. Refuse. Oh, you need your mic on.
So I was suggesting that we accept the application, but refuse variances number 2, 4, 6, and 7.
Seconder? That's a motion? That is a motion. Two?
2, 4, 6, and 7. Yes, there are. Forestry 1.
Yeah. Would anyone like to second that motion?
Why, can I ask a question? Why is variance 6 being refused?
Mr. Newfeld, I'm very open. We can. I said subject to any comments and
Okay, I just wanted to know your thinking on variance 6. 4, clearly, it's a very small variance, but it's very small side yard. But you're concerned with the side yard? Oh, it's the front porch.
It's the porch.
Pardon me.
I don't have a concern with that, but.
I don't either.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Two, 4, and I think we eliminated 6?
Yes, 7.
7. 2, 4, and 7.
Yeah.
No. We eliminated 6. Yes. But do we have a seconder for that one? Yes. I guess it does. I'm just going to say that fails.
Do you want to?
No seconder, so that motion fails.
I make, through you, Madam Chair, I'd
Yep.
like to forward a motion. I think I tend to support the application, however, with some changes. And the changes that I'd like to propose are to accept variance number 1, refuse variance number 2, accept variance number 3, and what was the side yard setback? Yes, number 4 to be refused, 5, 6, 7 to be approved. So refusal would be the variance number 2 and number 4.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Ms. Martin?
I think we have a forestry as well, I guess.
Yeah, forestry. One.
Forestry condition 1, and
All right.
that's all, I guess.
And Ms. Martin seconded that motion. All in favor of that motion? That is 4 in favor. Opposed? Mr. Nipfel opposed. The application as amended has been approved. 2 and 4 refused, yes. All right. Item 25, 29 KAPPELE Avenue. Not sure I'm saying that correctly, but KAPPELE, I'm not sure. Exactly. To alter the existing dwelling by constructing a new rear addition. We have variances for rear yard setback, north side yard setback, coverage, rear yard soft landscaping, roof eave projection into north side setback.
Can you speak?
On file, we have a survey, revised plans, July 30th, 2025. Superseded plans, a community planning report, urban forestry memo, and a letter of concern from a neighbor. All right, now our applicant, you may speak. Now we lost them.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi, Chair and Committee. My name is Marissa Aguichi, and I am at 29 KAPPELE Avenue. We've been here for about 6 years. We love the neighborhood. We love the neighbors. Everyone seems to be very accommodating and very friendly. When we first moved here, we had 1 grandchild. Now we have 6. So anyways, we find that we don't really have a lot of room to accommodate. They come in the summer, sometimes to stay over. And anyways, we find that we just need a little bit more space. Our neighbors beside us did the exact same addition. And it looks very well, and no one seemed to have any concerns with it. Other than that, I think there is somebody on file. So if they want to speak, maybe I can answer some of their questions.
All right. First of all, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
Not today, no.
Are you, have you reviewed the community planning report?
Yes, we did.
That recommends that you eliminate variance number 3?
Which one's that?
The rear yard soft landscaping.
Yeah, that was taken care of. It's going to be all soft landscaping. We sent that in.
Okay, so you are proposing to amend the application. If we look at the public meeting notice, variance number 3 indicates that a minimum of 50% of the rear yard must be maintained as soft landscaping. You were proposing 33.4%, but you're saying now you're going to meet the 50% and therefore we don't need this variance?
No, we sent in a drawing, or we sent in Mel, the guy that's doing my drawings. We sent in that we're going to do all soft landscaping in the backyard.
So if you're doing that, you wouldn't need the variance then?
No.
So
We
you're
would not.
changing the because the application that's before us has a
Yes.
variance that says you're not meeting the soft landscaping requirement. You're telling us now that you are meeting it, so you don't need the variance.
So the emails that I got back, once we sent in that we were going to do the full variance, the emails we got back said that they were good with it. It was over the 50%. So I don't know, maybe you didn't get those emails?
No, we didn't.
Sorry, Madam Chair, maybe you should explain to the applicant that any changes needs to be formally requested and documented for our minute taking.
Okay.
So as usual, she should be listing the variance number and if she is removing it.
So I think we need to just take a look at the public meeting notice and just go through each variance and say that these are all, you're still asking for these, except perhaps variance 3.
Okay.
So variance 1 is for rear yard setback of 5.96 meters.
That is our setback?
Okay.
Yes.
And the north side yard setback, you are requesting 0.29
Yes.
meters.
Yes.
I take it that's probably existing. Is it? Or maybe not. And
Yes.
then variance number 3, you're telling me that you're meeting the 50% rear yard soft landscaping and therefore you don't need that variance?
No, we don't need it. We've surpassed the 50.
Perfect. Okay, and then variance 4 is for the roof eaves. They're projecting 0.26 meters and they're located 0.11 meter from the north side lot line. You still need that variance?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think we're good. Does anyone want a presentation, or are we?
Question.
Question, Mr. Nipfel? There are. Oh, right. You're right, there are neighbors. I'm sorry. The day is getting long.
Can I ask my question now, or do you want me to wait?
Ask the question now, it might help.
You have a variance request for variance number 2. The north side yard setback would be 0.29 meters. And we've had this problem today a number of times. It creates a very narrow strip of land between the two properties for maintenance purposes. It would be ideal if that north side yard setback was larger. What I don't understand is why the addition couldn't be shifted to, if we look at the site plan, can we put the site plan on the screen so that the applicant can see it? Yeah, can we put the site plan on the screen?
Can we have their name and address?
Who?
Who's speaking?
Oh, this is a member of the committee.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Just asking for a question.
Here's my question. That addition, why couldn't you shift the addition southward so that, I realize that you're lining the north wall of the addition to the north wall of the house. Why couldn't you shift the addition so that the south wall of the addition was aligning to the south wall of the house, in which case you would have a larger side yard setback on the north?
So you think bringing it into the driveway?
Well, you managed to survive with the driveway at that width
Well,
to the end of the existing.
yeah.
Let me finish.
Problem is there's a big
Let me finish
tree.
my answer.
Oh, okay.
There's a driveway there, and it's presumably it's sufficient for your purposes to the end of the house. It just, the north side yard setback, I'm questioning. I think it's a problem, and it looks to me an easy solution would be to shift the addition down so that it lines up with the south wall rather than the north wall. And I wanted to know why you didn't do that, or if that's something you'd consider.
So, sorry, I have to grab my bearings in the house. So is the south wall beside the driveway?
Yes.
Okay, so we did that for the tree for next door. We actually had the deck there at one point and we took it off because we were worried about the tree next door. If you go through the drawing, there's a big tree and we have to protect the tree.
But shifting you've got a very modest addition, if I might say. And if you were to shift it so that it aligned to the south wall of your existing home, do you understand what I mean? Then you'd have a larger side yard setback at the north, which is the narrower portion.
Here, Anthony? Here?
Staff, can you put up the revised site plan? It shows the impact to the tree, the canopy of the tree. It's not on the one we're looking at.
Yeah.
But if you look at the revised plans, yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Nipfeld, do you see the canopy?
Yeah, but is that the reason? Just, it's the tree?
I think that's what the applicant
It's
said.
the tree, yes. And you have a letter from my neighbor. He is okay with doing the renovation, but he does want to make sure that we have good distance for his tree.
That's the honey locust tree that he's referring to?
Yes. And him and I have had some good discussions overhead, and I have made sure that I am saving his tree.
I'm glad you're having those consultations. That's good. Thank you. Have you had consultations with the people on the other side?
Yes.
And are they concerned with this narrow north side yard setback?
No.
They're not. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the neighbors that are registered. Nobody's here in the audience on this one? No? Okay. They're online.
Hi, my name is Matteo Dosca. I'm at 31 Capel, which is the side, like the house to the north.
Yep.
For the side yard. So the setback, which is the variance number 2, we have like the setback. I think it's too small. Like between those houses now, between the existing structure I've measured is about 0.7 meters, and I think that it will impact my maintenance access. I have a vent there, a kitchen vent. I have gas lines. Also, we have a window on that side as well, which I think it will, impact the loss of natural light. So I think that, I don't agree with that side yard setback. In the drawing, it looks like it's straight, but I just wanted to clarify this variance number 2 because I think that it's.
Okay.
Yeah, we did when we did our extension, it went straight with the property line, with the house line. We didn't go. We didn't have a variance on that side. It was just straight within like the house, and this one looks like it's gonna come a little bit into our yard. I think that the other side where the driveway is like really narrow, no car can fit there. So I think that would probably be a better option. I think the tree that you guys are talking about, it's not in the yard. It's in the next, like the neighbor's yard, not at 29. So I don't think there would be, a concern. The other tree that was, I don't know if it was due to the project that was cut down, that doesn't exist. So I don't know if there's plans to replace that tree or not. But yeah, this is actually my concern.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from one of the members.
I just have a quick question for you. What is your setback? Your number 31 Capel, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Your setback looks similar to the other setback. Is that correct? Is your setback? Yeah, it's .29? No. What's yours?
Looks like
all right.
.3.
.3, yeah. I'm just clarifying that your setback is the same as this neighbor's setback.
Yeah, I just need like an explanation because like I'm not sure what exactly, like if it's gonna come 0.3 to, you know, that it leaves no space for maintenance in between the houses. As long as the extension stays within like the same line as the house, as the existing structure, then I'm okay with it.
Which it appears to do.
It appears
Okay.
to be that way, yes.
All right, thank you very much.
That's why I just wanted to clarify that because it says from 0.9 to 0.3 to 0.29, so it looks like very like it's a sizable, you know, setback.
No, I don't think so either. All right, let's move on to the next neighbor.
It's Edward Layton, 18 Hazelmere
Sorry,
Road.
could you speak up just a little louder?
Yeah, for sure. It's Edward Layton, 18 Hazelmere Road.
All right, and your comments?
Yeah, I mean, they're more considerations. I mean, the corner that we're on is rammed. It's probably got one more house on it than it should have. So the crux of my concern is the decrease of the minimum rear setback requirement and the cause of loss of privity. Mainly because on the second floor, we're within 6 meters now of the rear protection on the second floor hitting our bathroom window. So I'm getting feedback terrible here.
No, we're not, so that's okay.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so the bedroom window is basically looking into the bathroom. So it's the only bathroom on the second floor. So I'm concerned about the loss of privacy for my wife and my 16-year-old child. It's a 20% reduction in what was the existing minimum setback requirement. So I wanted some consideration on that and understand if there was any way of maybe rethinking the second floor.
All right, thank you. He is, 1 minute here. He is 18 Hazelmere Road. He's on, yeah.
Right.
Okay, we will let the applicant address that. I think we have one more neighbor to hear from.
Through you, Madam Chair, Melvin Rosno has to restart his device to join because we can request on mute.
So he's
online or she's online, but he or she has to restart his device to join the webinar again.
Oh, okay. All right. In the meantime, let's bring the applicant back. If you could address the comments of the two residents, their concerns.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I have my husband here also, and I was wondering if we could both speak.
You have a maximum of 5 minutes, so you can
Okay.
use it any way you like.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, my name is Anthony Aguici. I'm Marissa's husband.
Can
I
you
just wanna-
speak up a bit? Sorry, it's kind of hard to hear you.
Hi, Madam Chair. My name is Anthony Aguici. I'm Marissa's husband.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to address the two issues that I've sort of heard come through.
Yep.
So for Ed's issue about the window, the bathroom window, first of all, that is I'm assuming it's a window that's matted so you can't see through in or out of that window, but I'm not
Stained.
sure about that.
It's stained.
But in terms of the addition, it comes back to the deck, which is just as far as he currently looks at anyway. We have an addition that juts out towards his house at the moment. It just doesn't go 3 stories up. So that the new addition is not any further north than what's already existing here. It's just a wall straight up. And I'm not sure, other than the ground floor, there's going to be any windows looking directly at his bathroom window. As for the neighbor Mateo's comment on 31, the question is, how did he propose to do maintenance with his existing setback when he went to committee adjustment and got his house extended to where it is today? I'm assuming that the maintenance would have been done the same way. So, I mean, he should be able to access it through his own property there, and we're not going to extend beyond our own property at this point.
So also, Madam Chair, when I have to access, everything is at the inside that little alleyway. So when I have to access my stuff, I go in there and I do access it. They have a fan that overlooks my deck, and I can smell their cooking all day long. And it's not great. But I haven't complained and I never said anything. So what we're asking for is exactly what they have done. We're not asking for anything more. With the back one with the little window, it's a stained glass window. It's the original window, so you can't see through it. And if I was to count the amount of times that I've actually seen a crack on that window open, it probably would, fit in one hand.
All right.
But I do understand what they're all saying.
Okay, thank you. Staff, are we able to reach the other Mr. Rose now?
Okay. He or she attempted to unmute, but we lost her again. She's trying to unmute herself or himself, but we can't. He can't join.
Do you want to phone them?
I tried twice to call.
Okay. All right. All right. I think they're 28 KAPPELE. Let's see where that is. 28. So they're across the street and down, I believe. Yeah. Okay, I think, have we heard enough? All right, let's take this into committee. Okay. Oh, are we trying again? Last chance. All right, thanks for trying. Okay, let's take it into committee. Comment? What do we think?
Through you, Madam Chair, I know that the application, well, the variance number 3 has been eliminated. I'm wondering about the variance number 2, the proposed north side yard setback. But that's,
The only thing I would say is that that north side yard, that neighbor has the same setback on their side, and they built a house with the same setback. So they've obviously been managing between themselves.
yeah, that's good.
I mean,
No, that is a,
it's been the day of side yard setbacks, hasn't it? Unless other people have concerns, I don't know.
The only thing I find a little odd, and maybe it's a matter of a privacy fence, is this little proposed deck on the south side of the building that I don't know if there's a fence or whether there's any drawings that show that sort of relationship to the 27 Capel. It's a deck that really overlooks their neighbor's property and their driveway.
We have not
No,
heard
it's
from them.
proposed. It's a proposed deck. You can see it on the, it says proposed deck.
If you look on drawing A01A, it's an isometric, but it shows a screen there. You see it?
Yeah, you can see a picture of it. You're right. A01A, if you scroll up in
But
the
it's not on-
revised plans.
It's not on the plans, but it shows here.
Yeah, it is on the plans. It's
Oh,
on
is
the
it? I
revised
didn't see that.
plans. Yeah.
Can't find A01A.
So it's a strange little deck off the side of the house.
Oh, on the side. Sorry, I was looking on the rear.
Yeah. So, I mean,
But there's no variance for it.
there's no variance,
I
but
don't
we've
see it.
commented a lot on things like privacy screens.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah.
On that-
So, I mean, I sort of get it, but I guess they didn't want to compromise their landscaping on the south side.
Maybe.
Because they, anyway, I don't know. What do people think? Do they need to, should we just leave it? Maybe there's a fence there between the two? Maybe the applicant can comment.
Well, we're in committee.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right.
All right. Anyone care to make a motion?
yes, through you, Madam Chair, I think the earlier comment, you have shared a good point on that matter. So overall, I think I'm aligned with more with the community planning report as well. And the applicant has made that change. So for that reason, I think, to me, it's a supportable application. So I forward a motion to approve the application as amended, which means variance number 3 has been removed. And I'd like to subject this motion with the condition from forestry, which is forestry number 2. That is my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Kibu, all in favor? That is 4 in favor, opposed. Mr. Nipfel? All right, the application as amended has been approved. Number 26. 133 Moore Park Avenue. This is an application to construct a 3-story fourplex and a 2-story garden suite in the rear of the property. We have variances for front yard setback, east side yard setback, and for the garden suite for % of soft landscaping. On file, we have survey, plans, arborist report, applicant's revisions, revised site plan dated August 7th, community planning report, forestry memo, 2 letters of opposition or concern from neighbors. Do we have our applicant?
Oh, hi, yeah, I'm Shenru Zhang, the architect representing the
And your
property
address?
owner as applicant.
Sorry, your address?
98 Scarsdale Road, North
Thank
York.
you. Thank you. All right, we have 2 residents. Are we in the audience? We have 1 in the audience, all right. So, Mr. Zhang, could you give us a brief presentation on the application?
Sure, madam. Yeah. It is proposed to have 4 flags as a main building in the front and a garden suite in the rear yard. So we compliant the building's height coverage and all compliant with the zoning bylaw. We have 3 minor variances. The first one for the front yard setback, we provided 7.5 meters, while the zoning bylaw requires 7.59 meter, which is the average of the adjacent neighbors' setback. The difference is only 9 centimeter. And then the second one is the east side yard. The bylaw requires 1.8 minimum side yard setback. We provided 1.5 meters. So at the same time, the west side yard is 2.6 meters. So the last one, we to allocate parking spaces in the rear yard, we proposed originally 26% soft landscaping, but we discussed with the staff and we reviewed the neighbors' concerns. We removed 2 of the parking spaces. The soft landscaping's ratio increased to 35.48%. That's what I like to present for this moment. And then
Okay, and
any questions?
my apologies. I should have asked if you had to make any changes to the application. So you're indicating that you are making a change to variance number 3?
The variance
The gardens.
3. Yeah, the proposed soft landscaping is changed from 26% to 35.48%.
Okay, staff, did we get that? Okay. All right, thank you. Shall we hear from the residents? Okay, sir, please come forward. You've been waiting a long time. And just make sure the microphone's on.
Hello?
If you could state your name and address.
Sure. My name is Frank Fatisse, 23 Verona Court, Richmond Hill, Ontario. So I come to you today to discuss what's been proposed. 135 Moore Park, right next door, is our family home. My parents bought it in 1964, and my brother lives there today. We know a number of people who live on that block, and when I met with the counselor, I could have spent hours going door to door talking to people, but at the end of the day, I look at it as if this structure is going up next door, it really impacts us, the direct neighbors, more than anybody else. And I respect the person who bought 133 Moore Park and wants to capitalize on their investment. They have every right to do so. But when I look at, and I understand today's meeting is not about erecting a fourplex and a garden suite, but when I look at what's happening, my options to argue against what is happening is very limited. So when I look at it, and I apologize, I'm just trying to look at my notes here and just provide a perspective, but I feel what's going on, though, is at the cost of the residents who live in that neighborhood. There's no other structures like that. There's a 2-story structure across the street, a single-family home, etc. But I still question, how does the city allow such structure to go up? And again, I'm not pointing the finger at the owner of that property. They have every right to do that, and that's already been passed, and that argument is gone. But I look at it and I understand, in today's world that people are looking at, housing shortages. But I also will comment, unfortunately my parents aren't here today, but fortunately my dad's not here to see what's going on. No one helped them when they had to get started. Now the building that's being zoned to be put there, when I look at the number of bedrooms between the 2-bedroom suite and the 3-story fourplex, potentially there's, from my count, 22 bedrooms. If I understood it correctly. Again, this is not my area of expertise. So when I look at that many people moving in there, where are they all going to park? Did anyone ever try backing up on Moore Park when Newton Brook Secondary School is let out? You start to look at all these things that are going on there, and it's a concern, garbage collection, etc. So that's why, when I come to you today, and sorry, someone on the committee earlier commented to one of the earlier applications, one of the late 2 o'clock applications, that the proposal was not compatible with the immediate neighborhood. And when I hear that, I'm like, I get what you're looking at. But then I look what's going up next door, and I'm like, and I don't know the details of that particular property, but if it's something we're looking at, well, how is this compatible with the immediate neighborhood? And again, even when I met with the counselor, she agrees, but you know what, at the end of the day, I know my voice is not going to go very far, but I wasn't going to just let it happen without saying something. With respect to the variance, and that's why my comment today with respect to the variance is because of what I just stated. I'm asking that who's ever submitting, the application has to adhere to all variances 100%. Why am I giving them a hard time? Some of them are very minor. You know what? That's all I have. If the softscape is 50%, then let it be 50%. If you're going to put that kind of structure on that lot, in that neighborhood, then follow what's been prescribed. That's all I'm asking for. I can't fight the bigger animal, but I can at least comment on the variance. Historically, I think it was 2005, there's also been flooding concerns there. That area, I know what we've gone through in that house. The water literally lifted the house. And this was after they did a major sewer reconstruction on Moore Park Avenue on Hilda. My father worked in the sewer and water main. And they say, it was the 1 in a 100-year storm. But these days, we all know 1 in 100 years seems to be happening, far more often. I comment when I look at the drawing. When I look at the drawing, my only other comment is when I look at the drawing, if I understand correctly, and you look at the basement unit 1, could those be converted to apartments? They're there's a lot of bedrooms there. Could they easily be converted there? We don't want to sit there and be, a policeman or someone who goes around, well, look, the garbage is piling up, or this is happening, or that is happening. We've lived in that neighborhood for so long in harmony. To me, it's disappointing. So I guess at the end of the day, all I can comment on, if the variances are what they are, I just ask that they be adhered to. That might minimize maybe some of the scope of the building, unfortunately, for the person who's applied. But for us, we're looking at what's the impact of the shading and all those sorts of things. I'm sure you guys have heard it a million times.
Thank you. Your time is up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Have a question?
Yes, Mr. Nipfel. Sorry, there's a question for you. If you could come back.
You live at 135, right?
Yeah, sorry, I live in Richmond Hill. My brother lives at 135.
Okay, your brother, you own 135.
Yeah, Enzo Vitisse is 135 Moore Park.
The proposal is to put a driveway almost the entire length of your property. What exists along that property line now? Do you have fencing? Are you concerned that there is a driveway with parking immediately adjacent to your property line?
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the things I discussed with the counselor. The amount of noise. Along there right now, we have a fence. So is that fence going to be, if damaged, I'm assumed it's material, it could be repaired. On our side of the property and on their side of the property right now, it's just green space. From, essentially from the rear of their house, let's call it almost, because their house is a bit of an L shape, parallel to our house, that's all grass. And I understand to your point, like they want to put a driveway there. Like when I look at the number of people, where are they all going to park?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, could we have the other speaker?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no other speaker.
Oh, okay. All right. Could we have the applicant back? Sorry? I don't think, the other people in the audience are not on this item. All right. Mr. Zhang?
Oh, yeah, hi, yeah, sorry. I understand that the bylaw has been dramatically, quite significantly changed over the last years. But as I said at the beginning, all those this gentleman mentioned actually is compliant with the zoning bylaw. The variance we proposed actually are quite minor. If you have more questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can we clarify that the site plan that you propose to build now is the one is not the one that was on the screen? You've taken the paving beside the garden suite away, right, in order to provide more landscaping, and the site plan that you've now got before us is the one that's attached to the planning department report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other question that I have is, you have a lot of bedrooms. These units are either 4 or 5 bedroom units. To the point that was just raised, that sounds like a rooming house to me. Why are there so many bedrooms?
Yeah, they believe some people will rent here with a family.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
I think our clients believe that the potential tenants will be living here with their families. So I know that the reality is most of the
I have no idea what he's saying.
families on current days are smaller. I also suggest them to reduce some of the small bedrooms.
I think what he's saying is that these will be rental units, and they're proposing to rent to families, and that's why they have, each unit has so many bedrooms.
Yes.
But even in apartment buildings, we don't see 5-bedroom suites very often. We don't see 4-bedroom suites very often.
And these aren't very big.
We're very happy when we see 3. I'm very suspicious. This looks very much like a rooming house, and that was something that the adjacent neighbor was concerned about as well. The number of bedrooms increases the bulk of the building, which increases the impact in the neighborhood. So I raise that.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Mr. Kipu?
Mrs. Chair, I don't have questions to the applicant, but I'm quite inclined to think to go the same way as Mr. Nipfel. The number of rooms here seems quite larger and bigger than in most cases, and I'm quite concerned that there may be rooming houses here instead of just fourplexes.
All right. Do we have any more? Let's just finish off if we have any questions for the applicant, and then we can take it into committee.
What I like to clarify is that first, this area does not allow rooming building, so that will not be possible. And secondly, I quite much agree as an architect, but at the same time, the zoning bylaw does not have the limit of the number of bedrooms. So if you, I'm not sure if you can add that as a condition to limit the number of
No.
bedrooms lawfully. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you. All right, let's take this into committee. I think this is an example of the unexpected consequences of allowing fourplexes and garden suites on the same property, and there is no limitation on, the number of rooms. Although I think for a rooming house, you probably need a license, but you're right, it could function as the same. And I mean, these regulations for multiplexes and garden suites are fairly recent. Staff put a lot of effort and thought into coming up with the standards. And I know the variances appear to be fairly minor, but in my opinion, I actually don't think they anticipated having fourplexes and garden suites on the same property. It's a bit of overbuilding, but the uses are permitted. So then it comes down to the required setbacks and performance standards. And I think I do agree with the neighbor that they really should be adhered to. The bylaw should be adhered to, and that variances shouldn't be required. And if you need variances, then you're building too much. And as I said, they do appear minor, but why would we permit a side yard setback, a reduction in the side yard setback for a big building like this? I just don't see. If we wouldn't do it for a house in most cases, or maybe we do it for a 2-story house. But this is 3 stories, I believe, and I don't think I could support it. And I also think the landscaping should meet the landscaping. The staff put that, and council approved that standard for a reason. So those are my comments.
I agree. I don't think there's any defense for the variances that are before us. This is a very big building, and the reason that I raised the number of bedrooms is that's generating the size of the building, and I question, if this is affordable housing, why you need to have such large units. I don't see any merit in the variances, and I won't be supporting them either. I think this would set a terrible precedent.
Would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Nipfel?
I'd move that the application be refused.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Mr. Kibu? All in favor of the motion to refuse? That is 4 in favor. Opposed? Ms. Martin. Okay, the application has been refused. Item 28, or 27, I'm sorry. Public, 1048 Roselawn Avenue. This is to alter and convert the existing detached dwelling into a storage shed by constructing a 1-story addition. The variances are for location of a parking space, gross floor area of an ancillary building, coverage of ancillary buildings, east side yard setback to an ancillary building, and parking space width. On file, we have a survey, plans, site photos, community planning report, a letter of support from 1046 Roselawn, and a letter of objection from 1007 Castlefield Avenue. I take it you're our applicant. Welcome. So we do have a neighbor in attendance as well, neighbors in attendance. So if you could provide a brief presentation.
Hello,
Oh,
can I
sorry,
speak?
yes. Yes, first of all, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
Yes, the changes suggested
Oh,
by
sorry.
the staff.
Name and address first.
Sorry. So my name is Swapnil Patil. I'm residing at 1048 Roselawn, and I'm an architect as well for the project. I have been, that's my name and where I stay. Now, about the question you asked, changes.
Yes.
The changes, yes, I have been in contact with the okay. Just a second here, I'm reading names, okay. In contact with the city staff, and I have revised the plan 2 times. And I have reduced the size to get it in compliance with the official plan. So official plan, modifying plans to bring this application in conformity of the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw. So those modified plans are there, which has reduced the area. And those are submitted, and they are there.
So can we start with the public meeting notice, and we can go through the variances, and you can tell us what has changed?
Yeah, sure.
So variance number 1, does that change, or is that stay the same?
I'm opening the variances.
Yeah, I think they're up on the, can we enlarge that, staff?
Okay, so variance number 1, parking space, no, that will stay. Okay, variance number 2, the maximum total floor area of an ancillary building. There is a change in this. I need this variance, but I wanted that to be reduced, what was proposed, and I'm really obliged to the Assistant Planner Community Planning North York District with their suggestions and with their respect. I have reduced this area to exactly what we came up with.
Which is?
If we open the letter from them, the support letter from the Community Planning Department, to get their support.
Yeah.
In that support letter, we have area, how much is reduced?
55.
So you're modifying variance 2 from 67.6 square meters to 55 square meters.
That's correct, because the 20% is the zoning conformity, so I'm bringing it below 20%.
All right, and then for variance number 3, maximum ancillary building lot coverage.
Yes.
You're revising that from 24.3 to 19.72.
That's correct, to bring it conformity with the 20%, exactly.
19.72.
Yeah, I don't want, city doesn't want 20%, they want below 20%, so.
All right.
So we have been like back and forth and 2 revisions, and then I'm really thankful to the staff. They have come up with whatever is in conformity with the current surrounding development there. And then I have a picture also which shows the aerial view of Google Map, like almost every other lot has the same thing. And also my own neighbor, 1046 Roselawn, has the exact same size, exact same thing built, and I was inspired with that. And looking at them, I just wanted this one.
All right, so could you just maybe explain why you need such a big ancillary building on the lot?
Yeah, because I stay there with me, my wife, and 2 young kids. We do those kind of very small houses, 1-story houses are there. And that is not sufficient to store the household things, the bed and whatever we need. So we kind of need little more space, which is in ancillary nature. which I can go with the garden suite as well, which city permits, but I don't need two-story backyard, big thing, and I don't need that. I just need something for storage now. In future, I don't know if I need, I'll go for it, but not now. So we really need, the only, the size of the house is too small. And I don't have money to build another story on top of the existing one.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Nipfeld?
My question is related to the one you just answered. It's just for storing household.
Yeah, that's the intent. I mean, I'm building it with the walk-in cooler panels and all. I mean, nobody builds the house with the walk-in
The only
cooler panels.
part of the proposal that's existing is a portion of the garage.
Sorry?
Only part of the building that is existing is a portion of the garage.
Yeah, existing is the portion of the garage.
Okay, and the rest is all new.
The rest is all new, yeah, the shed.
So if all it is to store things, why is it two separate rooms? And why is there a washroom? Why do you need a washroom, and why does it?
Oh, actually, I do.
Subdivided into two areas?
Yeah, thanks. So actually, the washroom what happened in this is I started building one small shed, which is 160 square foot, which doesn't need the permit. And then later on, I saw that neighbor is building nice thing, and then I studied, and then I got inspired. So I applied for the permit, and then I got a toilet as well, because if in case, if anybody comes, being a very small house, I'll have to give my bedroom for them to use. So I thought, okay, at least I can use it in summer. Winter I cannot use because it's very cold.
And why does it have windows? Your neighbor is concerned with the windows because the shed is proposed to be very close to the property line. Why are there windows close to the property line?
Oh, yes, great. So actually, when I was doing that 160 square foot shed, I really wonder why this happened, because I asked a neighbor, his name is here. Yeah, Mr. Sugar, that do you want me to close the window? Because it's just a shed. I can just close it if you need it. But although by zoning and by code, I can have them. They are permitted. But they said that he didn't say close it at that time, because I just talked to whomever I could see. Like I talked to 1046 Rose Road also, that okay, this is what I intend. They were happy. They said, okay, we have also done, you also do it. It's good. But I don't know, now again they are saying that in the letter that they objected. But with I know as per the zoning and as per the current everything else, I can have them. But if committee says, okay, you don't give them, I wouldn't say nothing. Okay, fine, I'll close them.
Okay.
But it's as per the law, it's allowed for me.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions of the applicant?
One last question.
Yes,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Kibu, go
So
ahead.
just one question to clarify. I understand you are a father and an architect.
Yes.
So, and why are you building this unit?
Sorry?
Why are you building this unit?
Why? So right now, when I try to store my things, it is not sufficient for me. I need more storage. My garage is like full. There is no space. I do have other property also. I do have lot of residential beds and all. I mean, the way we are, we need more storage. And my own house is too tiny. I should have built another story on top of it, but I don't have money for that.
So you need a space to store your items, but I understand you don't need anyone for your kid, whether now or at a given period in the future.
See, this thing, I need it as a shed, and I have already given a letter to the city while I got one permit already there, that it will not be used, which is not allowed by city. I have given it in writing, which is called letter of use. So it will not be used, which is not allowed. Like, for example, put a bedroom there and sleep and all. No. If I want to do that, I will apply another permit in future. And I'll go with the compliant
Thank you,
things.
sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from the neighbor. Sir, if you could sit down now.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Welcome. Name and address first, please.
My name's Catherine Rowan, and my address is 1060 Roselawn.
Thank you.
So there's three main points that I'd like to express, and the first thing is actually about the parking application for the front yard parking. So the parking pad that they have proposed is actually currently in place. A few years ago, the front lawn of the house was artificial turf, and at some point that was reduced to a small corner of the yard, and they put in paving stones, and it's been used for parking. In some of the documentation that was available in the file, the applicant pointed out that there was no tree in the front yard, but they didn't actually mention the hydro pole that is in the front yard. So currently, when cars are entering and exiting this parking area, they're driving over the curb and they have to navigate around the hydro pole, which for me is a serious safety concern for a variety of reasons. There is a driveway for the house, but clearly that has not been sufficient for their parking needs, so they have basically paved over the front yard to use it for parking. So that is sort of my first thing. I'm a pedestrian in the area, and it's a very busy road. Once the crosstown line opens up, there is going to be a bus route added to Roselawn. They're going to be directing Eglinton buses to Roselawn. So I am concerned about the volume of traffic, and I just think it's unsafe to have somebody pulling out of a front yard. The second point I wanted to mention was trees. The neighbor who presented the letter of opposition talked about the trees that had been in the backyard. From their photos, the trees look quite mature, which is very concerning. This area is a heat island. It's, you know, this term, I first think I heard it last year. There's just not enough canopy to provide an adequate amount of shade. So it is in their backyard, but I do find it concerning that the trees were all cut down. I don't know how big they were, if they met the, if they violated the minimum requirement in order to be cut down, but I think it's really unfortunate that that has been done because they're a real necessity in the city. This has already been raised, but the fact that the shed has a bathroom is a big red flag for me. My suspicion is that the intention is to ultimately use it as a residence. I actually had thought, and I don't know, I thought that maybe the house was a rental already because there did seem to be a number of cars that came and went, but I am concerned about the fact that the shed has a bathroom because that just doesn't really line up with requirements for storage. The shed has already been built. The parking pad has already been installed. The trees have been cut down. So I am a bit concerned that, you know, all these permits are being requested retroactively, which I understand may be a norm within this kind of application process, but I do think it's a bit concerning about what may be to come. I'm sympathetic to the fact that the applicant has a growing family and perhaps they cannot manage their needs within their house, but ultimately there is a housing crisis in this city and a lot of people are having to make do with less. So thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? All right.
Just one question.
Yes, Mr. Kibu has a question. Sorry.
No, for the lady, please, for the lady. Just wanted to find out, are you aware they have some right to build some of this structure? Are you questioning the right or the way they are building it?
I'm sorry, can you?
Are you questioning their right to build this, to erect this building, or the way they are building the building?
I do think they do have a right to build a building. I'm concerned about the way they may use that building. I'm also concerned with the size of the building and the overall, these are small lots, so it seems like that there will be multiple buildings in their backyard, which leaves very little room for green space. So I am concerned about the overall total square footage of the buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get the applicant back up. Yep.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have one more neighbor online.
Oh, they're not on the list. All right.
It's Corey Sugar. She's in the
Oh,
list.
sorry. I assumed that's who we were talking to. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Mr. or Ms. Sugar? Or?
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So we were the ones who lived directly south of the property on 1007 Castlefield. So we wrote the letter that the other neighbor was referencing. And actually, after hearing this hearing, I'm certain it's going to be used for a rental. That we weren't sure originally, as the homeowner did mention. He did ask me when they were building it, the first part, which is in photo 2. He did mention that they were going to be building a shed, and at that point, I figure, okay, it's a little shed like to store some things, so no problem. And then as they started to expand on it, as you can see in photo 4, like it's already built, so I'm not really sure what this application is regarding. It seems like a retroactive, as the other neighbor said, application. And our concern is, yes, if it's going to be used as a rental property, we now have windows basically on top of our fence looking right into our backyard. And I don't think the proper zoning, the proper building permits were applied for or approved. I'm not sure if it wouldn't have been or would have been. And the neighboring structure is a garage. It's an actual garage. You can see from Roselawn. So, it's just, it is a bit concerning for us. And another thing too is there already is electrical and plumbing work in there. So if that's not been inspected, that's obviously a serious safety concern. And so really, like what we're asking for as direct neighbors is that the 2 windows at the rear be removed and the structure be finished correctly and inspected correctly and not used or be used as intended or applied for.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this resident? No? All right. So you constructed this, sir, and did you get a stop work order from the city? Or a order to comply or whatever it's called?
So what happened is, initially I started with 160 square foot shed, which is shown in the objection letter, because I was intent to do only that. And then I said that, okay, let's have a toilet as well, because if I put the things and if anybody comes, I don't want my own bedroom attached toilet for them to use it. So at least I can use it in summer, because in winter it cannot be used, the toilet, because it's a shed. And then I got the permit was there. And then again, if you see the objection letter, the page where the photo shows the 1046 Roselawn. Yeah, yes, this photo. If you expand the photo, which is at the bottom, which already shows the neighbor has been built exactly the same size of whatever I'm asking permission for. The down photo, please, I think.
It's the one that's the
Not there, the
unfinished
down
structure?
one. Yeah, on the
one.
left side. Yeah, this one. See, you see this? Exactly same size, which is like 20% of the lot area. It's already built. So they have gone to COA, Committee of Adjustment. They got the permission. So exact same thing. What I'm doing. It's not finished because I started with the thing which doesn't need permit, 160 square feet. And then now the other thing which is getting built, it's been stopped. Stopped because if committee gives me the permission, then only I'll go further and finish everything. If committee doesn't give me permission, I'll have to take that out, whatever is extra. A little bit, partly built. So basically, in this case, whatever I'm asking, and answer, please show me the photo, the objection to the answer to the objection letter, my answer.
Oh, we have that?
Yeah, answer to my objection letter is there. You see the photos in that?
Scroll down.
Go down, please. Yeah, yes, just wait here. And now, in this case, go a little further down, please. Little down, more, next photo. Next photo, where I have shown the trees because these photos were taken keeping the camera on the ground to show the big tree. Yeah, this one. So these are the ready-made trees, which few years ago, maybe 2 or 2.5 years ago, I bought few of them. We get a ready-made tree, it's 5 feet, 6 feet. They grow only tall. So I just dig it and put it there for my own thing. If I needed a privacy from other property, I'll put trees like this in my property. I mean, why would be somebody else concerned with my own tree? And none of them is more than 30 dBH, which is, the full form of dBH is, diameter at breadth height.
Yes.
So if you go a little further down, here, the Toronto, which is Toronto. Down, little up, please. This one. So anything which is 30 dBH, 30 centimeter diameter is less than that, we don't need to permit, we can cut. And I put it myself, so I didn't need it, so I just took it out. It's illegal to do that. It is not illegal. Why somebody is calling it as a mature tree and aliegating me, I don't know.
Okay.
Now go further down. Yeah, this is the whole neighborhood. Every other house, including my own house's neighbor, like 1046 Roselawn, has exactly same size. And here, every other house has that. And thank you so much for this, making whatever I'm doing to in conformity with the intent of official plan and zoning bylaw. I'm obliged and thankful to the Assistant Planner Community Planning North York District. I could revise 2 times my plan.
All right, thank you. Could we have the site plan up on the screen, please, staff? I'm just a bit confused about this front yard parking, because on the site plan, it looks like the front yard parking they're requesting is in the driveway currently. And yet the neighbor's referring to the lawn being covered in pavement. But again, the black and white photos don't help. It's hard to see what that surface is. But so the front yard parking that you're requesting, is it where that car is indicated? Is that not the driveway?
Yeah, that's the driveway.
So is somebody parking in the front yard of that house?
Yeah, because there is as per the law, we can have 1/3 of the landscaped, which is already there, and then the remaining part is there's a big staircase going into my house. So that big staircase, I can have my pavings.
Okay, we're talking about the front yard.
Yeah, front yard.
Adjacent to the street?
Yeah, adjacent to the main street. But that's not the variant I'm asking here. This is the variant I'm asking here.
Mr. Nipfel?
I have a related question. First of all, your drawings indicate that you're an architect. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm surprised that you proceeded with the construction without getting the appropriate approvals.
Yeah, that's what I explained initially. When we built, as I know the laws and rules, initially I started construction to build 160 square foot shed.
No, I followed all that, but as an architect, you know you need approval for it.
Yeah, that's the reason it's
something
been,
as big as this.
And I have the permit, but that's the reason the work has been stopped.
You have the permit for?
For a washroom. It's already approved.
You have a permit for the building that we have before us?
No, you don't have.
I didn't think
you
so.
have only the part of that. But it's not completed. I just stopped the construction.
Okay, so what is your permit for?
My permit is for washroom and the 160 square foot, which doesn't need the permit. That was the thing built, but later on, it's just the walking leftover walking.
What percentage of what we, just so we understand, what percentage of what we have before us do you have a permit for?
Very less. I don't have exact percentage, but very less.
Very little. And then
maybe 50% or something, because 160 doesn't need permit, toilet permit, maybe 50% or something.
Okay, hold on.
Further question is, this is a very confusing application.
Yeah.
You have an obligation to provide something that is not this confusing, because it really isn't clear. To the chairman's point, I assumed, as did she, that the parking space you were asking for permission for was the one that's shown on the site plan, which raises a question because it's a driveway. Now, you say there's another parking space on the front yard. Where?
No, it's not a parking space. It's a hard landscaping.
Well, but it has a car on it.
I mean, we can take the car there on
You
the
have a
hardscape.
car on it, right? So it's a parking space. You're parking on the hard landscaping.
Yes, I'm parking on
Yeah,
hard
so it's a parking space. So basically, is the entire front yard used for parking, which is, I don't believe is legal?
No, if neighbor has a problem, I will not use the full front yard as a parking.
It isn't the neighbor, excuse me, it's the law.
Yeah.
You're not abiding by the law.
Yeah, the front yard, I can accept the condition, front yard not to be used fully for parking. And I'll do as committee says. Because my application is something else.
Okay. If you're okay, Mr. Nipfeld, I know, I'm just going to ask Ms. Martin to ask her questions, and then I'd like to take it into committee.
Yes, my first question is, from the pictures from Quarry Sugar, it looked like there was a very beautiful, dense canopy of trees in your backyard, and now there's none. Did you get a permit to remove those trees?
It's not being more than 30 centimeter DBH, so I don't need an approval. Please go to the photo, upper photo, where the one,
Well,
yeah, this one here. So this one is, these are the trees, and the one which you see, the big trees, they are neighbor big tree. That is coming to me, half of it. These are very like maybe 10 centimeter diameter or something. These are the things 2 years ago I planted them. We get a ready-made trees, I told you. We just bring them and put them to have a screen.
Okay.
And I just removed them because I don't want
So
them.
you didn't get any permits? You didn't need any permits?
We don't
you're
need,
saying?
because it's a private tree. Private tree approval is required once it is more than 30 centimeter DBH. And we can clearly see in the photo, none of it is more than 30 centimeters. It's hardly 10 centimeters or something.
And the second, it's really a concern. I have a big concern with these windows overlooking the neighbor's property. I think it's to the south. It's not appropriate. It's looking right into their backyard, and shouldn't definitely not be allowed. Whether the whole thing should be allowed, that's something for debate right now, but definitely those windows are an issue, especially if it's a shed, as you said.
Yeah, I asked also the neighbor, if you don't want, I can remove it. It's by law, I can have them, I know. But then their window also, like they have 2 stories. I have only 1 story. Their window, big window. These are small, like not window, maybe ventilator, 2 feet by 3 feet.
If you're in that shed, or if for some reason you do decide to take a renter in this building.
Not allowed.
Sure,
Sheds
no?
cannot be rented.
No?
Shed can, I will never rent it. If I rent it, it's a different permit.
Did you get I'm curious too. You said you got a permit for a bathroom, like a freestanding, or was it in your house that you got a permit for another bathroom? Like,
No,
where did you
I
get?
had the bathroom permit and I constructed it. I have plumbing permit also, and I constructed it behind the garage. And because everybody, it's as I said, it's a small house, it's very small. So if anybody guests, they come, nobody wants their bedroom to be used as a washroom. Even 2 houses are next to me, they have a washroom in the backyard and the big same structure. There.
Really?
All right.
So basically, it's something which is, if somebody wants privacy, they can also buy a tree like me, go to
the
shop.
bathroom out the back of the shed.
Yeah, and then
I see.
And then buy the trees, dig it, and put it. We get ready-made 10-foot trees, 5-foot trees.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
I think we're going to take this into committee now.
Okay.
I don't think our questions are fruitful, or our responses are that fruitful, so I'd just like to move this into committee now.
Do you want to wait here?
No, you can sit down, sir.
Call me anytime.
As Mr. Nipfel has expressed, this is a very confusing application. It took me several attempts at reviewing all the documentation to try to figure out what was being requested here. And I know he has, followed staff's direction in decreasing some of his variances. But I still have a lot of concerns with it, and I would really caution against approving variance 1 in that is too vague an expression of what is being requested. Proposed parking spot located in the front yard. Because I'm not sure it really follows the site plan. You could tie it to site plan, but I just have concerns with pretty much everything on this application. Sorry, Ms. Martin.
I agree. I don't think I think number 2 should be refused. I think 40 square meters is huge for an auxiliary building. And to build beyond that, even to 55 square meters, I think number 2 should be refused.
Other comments? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very concerned with this application. Excuse me, what we have before us isn't what exists. First of all, this is a proposal. The proposal's been built. Then we find out that the front yard's used for parking, so there isn't 1 parking space, there's 2 parking spaces. And the applicant said, oh, no, it's just hard paving. But then there's a car on it. Well, hard paving with a car on it is parking. Mm-hmm. So God knows how many parking spaces there are. That's not in keeping with what we have before us. I don't think that there's any justification for a storage room that's as big as this for excess storage from your house. And the applicant himself has repeatedly said, well, it's like if somebody's visiting and they don't want to use the bedroom. He keeps suggesting, I think, that it's going to be used for sleeping accommodation, which, fine, then maybe it should be a garden suite. Mm-hmm. But I can't accept that you need a building that's this big and this imposing on neighbors just to provide storage, and there are other ways that you could do it, which would be less imposing. And then you have to have a washroom in it. You don't need a washroom in an area that's just for storage. You don't need to subdivide the building into 3 rooms, which this is divided. I'm very suspicious that what we have before us is sort of a partial suggestion of what's being proposed. I don't know what the full proposal is, and it's one of the worst submitted applications I've ever seen.
Mr. Kibu, did you have some comments?
Yes, Mrs. Chair. My understanding is that we make decisions based on evidence before us, not based on speculation of what the person may be thinking. I also understand, based on the testimony from the neighbors and including the applicant themselves, then I asked the neighbor why they are erecting the building, and I also asked I asked the applicant, and I also asked the neighbor if they believe the applicant has any hiding objective. At this point, based on the information we have, it is really extremely difficult to understand the real intention of the applicant. Is he planning to build or to erect further structures or make further applications to change it later? It is true in terms of the intent. He said a neighbor has built a similar structure at their place. But I'm quite confused. I want to rely on the information they have provided. I don't want to speculate, but at the same time, I have difficulties understanding that they're just building this, and especially that he's an architect. Being an architect means it has more options than, I would say, a lay person in the area. So, unfortunately, I cannot support this application.
Thank you. Any other comments, or does someone want to make a motion?
I can make a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Martin.
I'd like to make a motion to refuse this application. It doesn't meet the 4 tests. It is not clear what any of it is being used for, and I can't support this application. Anything else I
But
should say?
your motion is to refuse.
Refuse.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder for that motion?
Really?
Mr. Nipfel? All right. All in favor of the motion? That is 1, 2, 3, 4. And opposed? Mr. Kibu is opposed. That's okay. You have your reasons. All right. The application has been refused. All right. You're welcome. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, item 28, do we need to be, what do we,
That's a delegated application to myself to adjudicate.
all right, so we don't have to,
There's nothing that you
we
do
can
with
have a
that.
motion to adjourn?
To
To
whatever you would like,
conclude the
Madam Chair.
meeting? All right, a motion to end the meeting. Mr. Nipfel? Thank you, seconded. Mr. Kibu, all in favor? Oh, yes, sorry. 7:49 PM. But I gotta go. All right, thank you to staff. That was a long day and challenging. And hopefully we have color drawings next time. And thank you to my fellow committee members.